To the second Assembly meeting of the Citizens' Assembly on Drug Use. I'd also like to formally welcome members of the public who have now joined us online to watch today's proceedings. One of the key challenges we've been set in our terms of reference is to understand how do we reduce harm caused by illicit drug use. And in doing that, we've been asked to understand the experiences of individuals, of families and communities, and to take cognizance of that. I do believe, and I can say in advance, I think today is probably going to be the most innovative, creative, brave and courageous Assembly meetings that's ever been held as part of Citizens' Assemblies. And I say that with great confidence, because we have 16 to 17 people here today who are brave and courageous and sharing their experiences with us to help us in our deliberations. So the first thing I want to do in advance is to extremely thank these contributors who are going to contribute throughout the day to share their experiences with us. They have unbelievable experiences to share with us, and the reason they want to share their experience with us is to make things better, which I think is hugely commendable. I also want to thank in advance the Lived Experiences Group, who have been working with us throughout the past few weeks to put together today's conference and bring together from their advocacy people who will contribute today. So today will be stories that you will experience, that you'll hear of trauma, adversity, stigma, marginalisation. But you'll also hear stories of resilience, courage, strong courage and inspiration, and resilience, strong resilience from people that you'll hear. You'll hear stories from women and men, from fathers and sons, mothers, daughters, grandmothers, grandfathers, grandchildren, sharing their experiences, which represent communities and families all across the country. In terms of the types of harm, we know there are many types of harm that you'll hear and you'll experience today. Some of it can be physical, some of it can be psychological, some can be from intimidation, stigmatisation, some be from people entering a criminal system that maybe not have needed to. So you hear various types of harms. You'll also hear experiences of people who believe that they have used drugs or know people who have used drugs who didn't incur harm from particular drugs. And it's important we hear those voices too. It's also helping us today, I believe, to understand and get a better insight why people might use drugs. And I think that's an important consideration as we move forward in this whole process. You'll hear strong stories and experiences I've just mentioned as to why people feel from trying to avail of the services they experienced further stigma, further traumatisation and further discrimination in many cases. The reason we need to do all of this today, and thanks to our contributors, is for us to try work in the following Assembly meetings to start to think about now solutions. We all want to reduce harm, we all want to make things better in society, and part of today's deliberations will help us form and shape our thinking in coming Assembly meetings about what solutions we can put forward in our recommendations. Also part of the weekend, as you'll know, we have some really interesting and I believe will be very beneficial site visits to people who are providing services, organisations providing services to people suffering with addiction. Many people will visit Coolmine Centre in North Dublin, and many people will visit Merchants Quay, Ireland, two fantastic centres providing services to clients. You'll also, over the course of the weekend, see some good videos and an opportunity to see some videos, not just in the formal presentation here, but throughout tomorrow, where you can informally go and see some further videos. And indeed, tomorrow we'll have some really good information stands for you to walk and talk to people and get some idea of the services. We've already briefed the members just on the self-care that is available throughout the weekend, and I would encourage, I think the key message Anthony said, it's okay not to be okay, and we have services and support for everybody. And I'd also say to members of the public that we do have supports. If you look at our Citizens' Assembly online, there's reference points there for various organisations who can provide support if people are not feeling too good. I just want to remind the tables again around the guiding principles, which are at your table again, but you had a good discussion on this the last time, and it's really important for us that we allow that discussion to take place at the table. We allow the openness, we ensure respect at each of the tables, we ensure different voices are heard at the tables, and the facilitators will work with you to ensure that that's the process. But I would ask everybody to work hard on the guiding principles. It's important everybody's listened to and every voice is respected. Finally, closing for myself, just to close out a few just housekeeping updates. First of all, after the last Assembly, we sought members to put forward their names in terms of working with us on the steering group. And I'd like to formally thank all the nominees we got through, and we formally agreed the steering group, and the members are here today. Thank them, which is Ciara Moynihan, Graham O'Neill, Angela Rosseva, Helen Carty, Bill Lonergan and Niamh Shortall. We've already had 2 meetings with the steering group, and we'll all gain our legs in designing of the future Assembly meetings as well. The Assembly work programme, which we presented to you the last time, the draft programme, we have updated based on your feedback, so that's now online as our outline programme. I will state it's iterative because we will change and adapt as we move through each Assembly as appropriate. The Secretariat are finalising the responses. There was a huge amount of questions last time for various amount of agencies to respond on, so we're waiting on some feedback from some agencies, and we will collate all of that, and you'll see it online for all the responses. And finally, for myself, just to say, the public submissions are open now to the public. It opened last Thursday, and it is open until the end of June. I'd encourage all members of the public to put forward submissions. It's important for us that we hear a wide range of views. Thankfully, we are having a real good uptake. We've over 350 submissions made since last Thursday, and I've worked on public consultation processes in various guises before, and that is quite phenomenal. So we want to encourage those submissions to come through till the end of June. So thank you very much for your attention here today, and I look forward to working with you all over the coming couple of days. Thank you. I'm going to play for you now a 10-minute video, just, I guess, to set the context, and thanks to Ishka, who've provided us the support and the contributors for the video, but I'll say no more about it. The video talks for itself. Thank you.
The real is the drugs. Having to sell your body for drugs. Negative reinforcement, children taken without consent. Classed as the underbelly in society. Being degraded as we have to pee in cups.
Wanting to return back to work. Didn't get educated, unnoticed trauma. Loss of a child and an ex-partner. A broken home, dysfunctional home and sexual assault.
I was in 14 different homes and I was abused every single one of them. When I was 13, I was sold as a sex slave. I still haven't got counselling for that. And then they wonder why I hate guards, I hate authority, I hate anything like that. It's because the system failed me each time. All we are is a statistic, right?
They're homeless. Yes, they will be discriminated against. They will be looked down on. They will be tagged and judged by shopkeepers, by businessmen, by publicans, by policemen, by judges, and it's the whole 9 yards, even when they go to the accident and emergency because something has happened on the street, because their life is totally removed from, I would say, 90% of our population. It's a very, very alienated existence. Who works in an environment of deprivation where people have no money, they have no jobs. The area is a run-down, lower socio-economic area. It has a reputation. Those people know that they're viewed and judged. And so the whole idea of being able to get out of their head while making a few quid and selling a few drugs as well. But that's one area.
I was born into addiction. I was born withdrawing from heroin, so all of a sudden I was born into the stigma.
When I was in primary school, they hadn't got ADHD. They had a special school. They had a special class that were bold. And we were always told we are bold. We were always put at the back of the class.
We lived in the inner city in town where the drug epidemic was like full throttle.
And they put it down to, look, he's just a mess up, that's it. Put him down the end of the class, give him the skill codes. Social workers come, take it, bring you up to a room in the shopping centre. Doctor come, give you Valium, sedate you. On about 2:30, they wake you up and then they let you go home. and that'd be it then.
Yeah, I grew up in Finglas. We were classes, the lower class, and my father walked out when I was 6 years of age.
I know personally from my own experience, I've had both physical and mental health issues.
I'd like to help people who've been in my situation. Like, I never got the chance of treatment, I never got the chance of ban. I was always just into prison.
Then 10 years later, all this ADHD thing comes out, and I'm ADHD up to the hills.
I went to a counsellor in my school because they had seen that I had behavioural problems. So they gave me a counsellor. The counsellor was taken away from me because the funding wasn't there. I really engaged with this counsellor, and she got taken away from me. That was my first trauma.
The prison system, I was getting no drug counsellors, I was getting nothing. But yeah, I'm the person who's strung out with heroin, I'm the person who needs the help the most.
I became very accustomed to drugs, criminality from a very, very young age.
Because I know friends, because when I was a kid, they put me in the newspaper, youngest drug addict, and gave me address, the whole lot. No one was allowed to play me, nobody was allowed near me door. The government put me name in the paper when I went to court. They put up a big write-up about me as well. And around my life, basically.
So at the age of 5 then we were taken into full-time care, where we were put into a children's home.
Like, it's all through losses and griefs and stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Physical, mental, emotional and sexual abuse for a period of 10 years from numerous members of staff.
I started using Zimmerfane to forget about the problems I should have dealt with at the time.
We know there is often a correlation between substances and people's mental health.
And then we ended up getting a house out in Clondalk, and they were building estates, but they weren't putting infrastructure into the estates. The first thing that they put in for infrastructure was a pub. My granddad's an alcoholic and my dad's an alcoholic, and they do terrible things through alcohol. I didn't want to do the drink thing, so I went down to drugs.
Left care at 16, full-blown addiction.
He got me a treatment centre, and I got dragged out of my house and put into Clover Hill, and never got the chance to. That would have been, this was about 8-9 months ago now, that I could have been rehabilitated.
Yeah, I ended up homeless because I was on drugs. Yeah. And my son was taken into care. So I ended up going out and shoplifting.
I had a criminal record from the age of 18, which, kind of dictated the road I was going down. It was kind of like as if I feel now that my road was marked out for me, and I had no choice in the matter because all these decisions were being made for me, and I was just going along with these decisions. And then I was also had that, belief that this was all I deserved, that I deserved no more, that, addiction this was my life, I had no choice in it. And that was reinforced on a daily basis through the guards and any interactions I would have with people out in the community. Obviously being a person that used drugs, you carry that stigma that comes with it.
It's horrible having a criminal record because it never leaves you. Every time we get stopped, it's straight away. They think, oh, you have drugs on you. They pull me trousers down. It's just a disgrace, like. Just throw them into cells and leave you there in your nip, freezing cold. No underwear on you. The grade and stuff they do to you. And a doctor should be there present when you're getting that done. And they make you do that without a doctor being there.
I'm fighting the system to try and get myself and my son at home. I'm literally coming down off drugs now at the moment, as in methadone.
So I'm still being stigmatised actually, because I'm up in a hostel, I cause no trouble, but yeah, I can't get a house. I'm homeless since 2013.
We asked them about the house and they said, yeah, well, we're helping you, but it wasn't coming across because then they kept coming and saying back to us, no, social workers aren't saying you up there. And their excuse was, yeah, we went drug free, so because we went drug free, they wouldn't send us up there with the kids, so We said, well, we give you all lines and we get drug free. Give us the chance. No, we can't give us that chance.
It is. It breaks my heart every day, so much as to say that when I wake up in the morning, I wake up depressed. There was a stage in the hospital where I didn't want to move out of bed.
Someone, for example, with a dual diagnosis is put in a very unique position because it's used against you to say this is why we can't treat you, this is why we can't do X, Y and Z, and actually the issue gets worse.
I know a lot of people connected to drugs, yeah, a lot. Too many that have died from drugs and that have even in prison committed suicide. And they weren't doing long sentences.
Well, no, a lot of my friends died. There's only three of my friends left.
I don't want to be going to prison, back to prison again after so much changes that's had to come into my life and so much of a picture I can see serious changes in my life. And I want to put my head into the books. I want to do my 30 test.
Where I think I get stigmatised is on trains, on buses, walking down the street. They don't actually say it to you, where you can look at them and you can know what they're thinking, you know?
The system has completely failed me. Tusla, Dublin City Council, skills, jobs, the prison service, as in judges.
I didn't get any college, I didn't get any skill. I still haven't got any skill or anything like that. I still can't read or write, you know, and like, that's the way it is because the system failed me, the government failed me.
If you go back to the very start with me, it was the system that failed me, it was the policies that were in place failed me, and then I was punished for that.
Remember that, like everyone else, people who use drugs or have experience of substances have the potential to evolve just like the rest of humanity, just like every other person. And I don't think that because of a particular substance being vilified by authorities that we should never give someone another chance, or we should walk by people on the street, or we shouldn't help. I think that we need to actually, if we're going to say we have a health-led approach, we need to actually commit to that instead of it constantly being met with being criminalised, stigmatised and actually denied a lot of rights.
We need to be fixed by mental, by physically in there as well, damaged. We've damaged parts of our body.
So I think you'll agree, a very powerful set of testimonies. I'm now going to formally hand across to Derval MacDonald, who you'll know is a journalist and broadcaster who worked with us on the previous assembly, and Derval's going to introduce the next panel. Thank you very much, Derval.
Thank you very, very much, and sorry, Shannon, for moving back and forward. Good morning, everyone. It's really, really wonderful to be with you here again. When we met last month, we had an incredible lineup of speakers who were helping us to set the scene in terms of the lived experience of people who use drugs and the harmful impacts of problematic or dependent drug use on individuals, their families and their communities. And you might recall that we had great contributions from Philly McMahon, from Dr. Sharon Lambert, from Andy O'Hara, who's with us again today, and Pauline McKeown, who all gave us really, really powerful personal as well as professional testimonies, their insights into the harms, the stigma, the shame, the lack of adequate supports, and also that interaction or lack of it between public health, mental health, between the criminal justice system and organised crime. Today, as the Chairman has outlined, we're taking a much, much deeper dive into the lived experience of people who've used drugs, their family members, their communities, and also the leaders in those communities who are really, really trying to help. I spent over 10 years of my career in journalism as a legal affairs editor covering our courts, murder, rape, manslaughter, family law courts, and I think I'm something of a bit of a tough nut, but I've had the honour this week in advance of the Assembly of speaking to all of our panellists, and if my experience this week is anything to go by, and it was an honour, you may find aspects of today's stories that you hear challenging, emotional, and in some cases, as it was for me, quietly devastating. But I also think that you're going to be really, really inspired by their intellect, by their insights, by the courage, the recovery that many have been on, by their love and devotion towards their family members, many of whom they've lost, and their dedication to those who are less fortunate in our society. And as I say, it has been a real, real honour for me. Our first panel is going to look at the lived experience of individuals. And this morning, it's a very diverse range of people that I have joining me. We're going to be joined on stage by someone who was not just born into addiction, but who was born with an addiction, by men and women who have lost loved ones as a result of harmful drug use. Some, not all, who spent time in prison. Some, not all, who lost custody of their children as a result. It's going to be quite harrowing in many respects, but in some respects, these are the lucky ones, because as we know only too well, many people have not survived to share and tell their story. So what I've tried to tell all of our panellists today is that they are the authors and editors of their own story. They're going to be challenging stories to tell, but I'm so privileged that they're doing so. Please give a warm welcome to Carl Decay, Gillian O'Donnell, Shannon Connors and Fionn Connolly-Sexton. It's great to have them all with us. Gillian, I'm going to start with you because you're in recovery. You've trained in addiction recovery and you're hoping to work as a support worker for people affected by drugs. But you are that little baby that I mentioned at the outset who was born with a substance abuse disorder. Can you talk us through those early formative years that led to you developing an addiction to heroin by the age of 11?
Both my parents were people that had used drugs. I was born addicted to heroin back in the late 70s. We won't go too far into the age, but yeah. So I was in hospital for the first 3 months of my life. Then I went back home with my parents who were in the inner city town during the middle of a heroin epidemic. So we got involved with, the younger kids got involved with running drugs from one part of the flats to the other part of the flat. So yeah, became very accustomed to it very early in life. It was, you know, part of the infrastructure, I suppose. Yeah.
But you were very young to, obviously you were born into addiction, but to have even been using heroin at such a young age. Was it do you think it was a trauma response for you that led you into using drugs yourself at such a profoundly young age?
I think it was like a perfect storm, if I'm honest with you. It was my environment, it was the area I lived in. I lived in a poor community area. You know, both my parents were people that had used drugs. It was part of the norm where I lived, you know, so it wasn't something that was, back then, you know, a big thing. Nowadays, obviously, it would be horrendous, but back then it was kind of part and parcel of the environment.
Because even your dad, I think, had the tragic distinction of having been one of the first deaths of the heroin epidemic.
It was only out, so obviously on his death certificate, heroin overdose was on it, so it was one of the first of the 5, yeah.
The impact that had on your life as a young person, it set you on a path that ultimately led to you getting a criminal record.
Yeah, I suppose it's like many of my peers as well. There's a point where, you know, something happens and obviously you have to face the consequences of your addiction. A lot of that is would be criminality, and then you get criminalised for it, so that like it continues then throughout your life, because your criminal record is not something that you can actually forget about. It, you know, follows you through, and it, you know, even now I'm facing blocks because of my criminal record. You know, there was an incident there. I was in my own accommodation with my children. I had gone to court for something minor. Like, I do understand I have to take the consequences of, you know, my behaviour, but I think the consequences were too severe here.
Did you lose your children?
I lost my home and my children for a 4-month sentence. I went in and I explained the circumstances to the judge, you know, that her, you know, imposing a sentence will result in my children going into care. She asked me where was my parents, and I said, technically, Your Honour, that's you. You know, I was awarded to stay since I'm like 6 years old. So she basically turned around and told me that it was like, that's not a get out of jail free card. I explained that, you know, when I do come out of prison, my home is gone. So fast forward 4 months later, I left Mountjoy prison with no home, no children. I ended up in emergency accommodation despite being on my own majority of my life. I never became homeless, but as a result of that, I did become homeless to where my addiction escalated because I was in an environment, homeless accommodation. Yeah.
What's really interesting is that like heroin has defined your life in many respects, literally from birth. And I know that you were on methadone for a long period of time, but actually it was a different drug that nearly sent you under. What was that?
It was the crack cocaine. Yeah.
And what was so different about that experience?
I don't think it's actually the drug. I think the drug is a symptom, if I'm honest with you. We can pick a different drug and say it's this or that, it's the other. I think I was around heroin, but I had never come into, obviously I had come into contact with crack cocaine, but I think, I was traumatised being in emergency accommodation. I was traumatised after losing my children. So, obviously the addiction escalated and I tried different drugs that I probably wouldn't have, if I hadn't been traumatised, wouldn't have probably tried, but it took a hold of me, yeah.
Yeah, for a while. And we'll talk about a little bit what you're doing now, which is absolutely amazing. Carl, you've been to university, you're actually working with marginalised young people in the South Inner City here in Dublin, but you also succumbed to addiction at a very, very young age that kind of might be shocking to people.
Yeah, it's kind of sad even when you look back on it, like that. I have young kids and to look at them and think that they could end up in addiction how early I did. I'll give a bit of background. I grew up in the inner city and I suppose my mother and father were hard-working people. Whether I felt a bit of neglect or whatever because they weren't there in the house, but they always trying to provide for us. We always kind of got the best. And, I had household level traumas, I had community traumas that I experienced very young that I suppose no kid should ever experience. And, when you go to school and I suppose, school is your primary care at that time, most of your days in school, and you start acting out and you're getting into trouble and you're being disrupted, like what the guys were speaking in the video, you get branded a bold kid. I was looking for attention, basically, and teachers couldn't deal with me. There was no intervention, and they just come in and basically say, the teacher used to grab you by the lock and pull you up, and he'd throw you outside the door, and when you're in that and you're told you're a bold kid all the time, you start to believe it, that you're no good, that you'll never amount to anything.
The message gets reinforced.
100%, and I did start to believe that I was no good. And from 10 years of age there was a lot, I grew up in an area in the inner city where there was high levels of deprivation, poverty, and not known because it was my reality, but there was a lot of negative peer mentors around there who, the Tipex tinners, solvents would have been. Was
that your entry?
That was my entry, yeah. And I was about 11 years of age, start, and it was an escape. I was in full flight from reality. I was like, you do this, and it's like, I'm gone. I'm out of the environment. It's like it'd be kind of like psychedelics, where it's an out of body experience, and I was just like, yeah, wow.
And did it just sort of gradually build up from that on to stronger drugs, harder drugs, a kind of deeper dependency?
Yeah, I don't think that was what you'd call the experimental stage. I was there. I was arrested for probably a few years till I was 13 or 14. And then the psychedelics come in, the acid, the hash, and then
the ecstasy scene, the rave scene that came in.
Yeah. And I'm smiling because I've good memories, to be honest, of doing that. It's like you feel love, you feel like a connection, and
belonging.
A belonging, yeah, a sense of belonging, and then, the progression from there, from about 14, 15 years of age, was quite severe. There was no holds bars. It was anything was on the table that I kind of would have took. And it wasn't every day that I would have used the substance. You get the weekends, and then you'd be using you'd probably use the Saturday, then it'd be into the Sunday, and then the progression over time. And then the escalation of the drugs, you know, when you take an ecstasy, for every up there's a down, and when you're coming down, you know, like heroin was around, you know, and I started taking heroin about 15, 16 years of age, you know, and methadone, there was people, I moved to Cabra, there was people in the area who were looking for money and would have sold them methadone, and I had friends who was doing it, a lot older than me, and then start buying that, you know, and like the days over the weekend turned into doing it on the Monday or the Tuesday, and then, like, by the time I was 16, my mother didn't know what to do. She brought me to a GP. I wasn't, you know, if you look at the stages of addiction from experimental to
full blown,
problematic to dependency, you know, I wasn't at the dependency stage. And when I went to this GP at 16 years of age, she put me onto a methadone program, you know, without trying any holistic approach or anything like that. Like, so it was meant to be a 6-week program. You know,
how long did that last?
18 years. You know, 18 years of like being in this community of like people on drugs that not seeing any way out, and the carnage within that 18 years that I suppose I would have caused to my family, to my community, because I'd done stuff that I wouldn't be proud of for me drugs. I would have ended up in and out of prisons, in and out of hospitals.
How bad did it get?
At the end of it, I suppose, like in that video, and you're talking about stigma, and the guy is really speaking. That got me when he's saying he got off the train, and he sees it in the people, but then people are oblivious. It was the internal stigma, you know. It was the
internal shame.
Yeah, it was like, you're no good, you're a waste, or you'll never amount to anything, you know, like that. That got so bad, like drugs dampened that, I suppose, for years, and when I wasn't dampening that for long, I knew the gig is uphill.
Do you, you lost a lot of family and friends,
Yeah.
and as I said at the outset, in a way it's kind of unique that some people are even here to tell their story.
Yeah. I maintain my recovery. I attend 12-step fellowship, you know, and that's like people in active addiction and people in recovery who support them. And lots of people come in and they don't get it and they die. You know, I lost my best friend 4 years ago, and it crippled my recovery. You know, I've lost 3 aunties through heroin addiction. My family had to go through that. Of ODs, contracted HIV, hepatitis C, and died. You know, still lots of family members out there in active addiction. The amount of friends I've lost is like, I really feel privileged to even sit up here and share my story. It's something that I don't shy away from. I'm proud of my story, even speaking with. I don't feel sad for my story. I feel like my story is who I am, and it's what I do and how I help people.
And we're so glad you're here too. Shannon, we heard it when we met last month, and we've heard it echoed again here this morning, that often it's an adverse childhood incident or an early childhood trauma that sets people off on a certain path. Something happened to you when you were very, very young. Can you share it with us?
Yeah, when I was only 6 years of age, I found a very close family member hanging, and I was trying to, obviously as a child you're trying to process that and you don't know really kind of what it is, and then I had, my mother then obviously had a mental breakdown and stuff over it, so I was kind of handed over to my grandparents, and as much as they could, like, they did the best in the world for me, you know, but I was wild out, like I couldn't, like, you know, it's like, I know it's like what Carol said and what the video said and stuff, but it's always classed as the bold child constantly. And even like when you're being told that in class, I left school when I got kicked out actually, when I was only 11 out of school. They tried to homeschool me. I'd run away from the home. My family tried to put me over, my other family over in England, to try and tame me down, say, and go travelling and stuff. But I couldn't even do that. I couldn't do that. So then when I came back home then to Waterford, I bolted away from my family. I got on the Victoria Station train by myself. I think I was only about 13. And I came back to Waterford then. And I got with an older fella, and things just started getting just bad and stuff. And I turned to cocaine, drink, benzos. First it was just a laugh, like, you know what I mean? You do it kind of...
Recreational?
When I was thinking about it, like, I always said, like I said for years, I never had a problem throughout my addiction, throughout, like, since I was like 12 till I was 22. I said that I didn't have a problem. I was going through a bad phase. Throughout, like, I didn't believe, like, I was, you know, I was in denial about myself, like. But I suppose I was just trying to, I was hurt and I didn't know how to deal with it, you know. And like that then where was I even?
Just, I suppose, you were in that denial about it.
Yeah, I was in the denial. Yeah, I was in the denial and stuff, and I ended up getting pregnant then at 17. My son, stopped everything, tried to really do it by the books and do everything, and I got postnatal depression then, and the GP put me on Lyrica, which is a really high addictive painkiller. And then even knowing that I had like substance problems anyway, so I started going back on the drugs. Then when my son was 6 months, I got pregnant again. And after that then I went to the doctor. I said, like, I'm not feeling okay at all, like I need help. I really needed help. Social workers got involved. See, they were already involved because I was in...
And Sean, the difficulty, and I probably should explain, is that you are a mum, but also you're a member of the traveller community. Where,
I am, yeah.
Like, when everybody's been talking about the stigma and the shame and the internal shame, that was an extra burden that you had to carry. And particularly, I think, when traveller women end up in prison, there's a whole, again, that perfect storm of troubles that engulf you.
Yeah, when I was in prison, there was a lot of travelling women in prison and stuff. And look, I'll be very honest about it. Like, there's been girls in there that's been taking drugs that needed help. And it's not just because I'm a traveller that I'd say it. Because they're travellers, they get longer sentences and they get longer everything. And even when I was through my recovery and stuff, and going getting my children back, I was still stigmatised. Kept on saying, I'll get reunification is coming. 4 years, like, shown clean urines, and oh yeah, here's a sleepover every few weeks. You know, like, when none of that should have happened. Like, don't say it, promise someone.
And I want to ask all of you actually just about what you all need, because Shannon also came through your recovery and treatment and is now helping people in our community. Fionn Connolly Sexton, you haven't been to prison. You're a young student. You've just finished your undergraduate exams. Talk to us sort of about the student scene and kind of the acceptability or not, or the awareness of potential harm or not. What's it kind of like now in terms of the prevalence of drug use?
So for students nowadays, drugs, it's more of an extension of the fun time of going out. You know, like, for many people of the older generation, drugs might be seen as a step too far or a class of their own. Whereas, you know, for people my age who've grown up their lives throughout financial crises, working in pubs, working in restaurants, people will go out, they'll have a pint, people will go out, they'll have a joint, people will go to the bathroom, and sometimes they might have a line of something. So throughout different groups in college, there's a different level of acceptability. It depends on the person, it depends on the group of friends, it depends on the class and the college at times. But in every friend group, I think nowadays there is somebody who uses some form of Class A drugs. It could be cocaine, it could be ecstasy, it could be MDMA, in either form. So I can really trace it back to the fact that, you know, a lot of us growing up, all of our brothers, sisters, cousins left the country, 2008, 2009. There's a huge deficit, not only of like the brain drain that we talked about, you know, 10 or 15 years ago, but there's a massive emotional drain there left. Loads of people's family members left the country. There was a lot of people without a brother or sister or a father or a mother or an auntie or an uncle that could have helped them along. So when you go out to a pub or a bar and you're working a 12-hour shift, you're in the middle of your undergraduate degree, you have absolutely no money because you can't make your Susie go to the end of the month, and you've just got off the end of your 12-hour shift, and your coworkers say, hey, let's go out and I'll have a couple of drinks. I know you're very tired, but if you take a line of this, you can continue drinking and you can continue on. Stuff like that. It started as a way for many of my friends to just keep drinking. Now they no longer do the drinking bit. Now the drinking bit is a bit superfluous. They can go out and they can just do cocaine for a night and bounce around to different clubs, or they can do an ecstasy pill or a line of MDMA. But that is not the way that young people really should be tackling drugs at the moment. It's in a completely unchecked environment, and like it really does harm people on the individual group level, because it's very harmful for somebody like myself who's got, you know.
Well, actually, you, like everyone on this panel, you actually have a very, very personal experience because you lost someone to a drug-related death. You might maybe share with everyone. I know you come from a huge family, about 10 siblings, but you lost one. Can you tell us about Tig?
Yeah, so in 2015, my brother Tig passed away on his 22nd birthday following tragic suicide. And Tig, he had mental health difficulties, and obviously as that started to get into the crux of it in his teenage years, he was using drugs as well. And an unfortunate overdose in 2012 pushed him kind of over the edge mentally. And when you take something like liquid MDMA that he took, it majorly imbalances your brain sometimes. And if you've got a mental illness, that can really set you down a path of spiraling, and it can really set you down a path of like bad mental health experiences. And what Shannon said about making it all relative and saying that, oh, I don't have a problem. You know, for us as a family, we were just saying, oh, well, he has up periods and he has down periods. And for us, we didn't have that language to be able to convey, well, this is actually a very problematic behaviour. In rural Ireland, there are, you know, community centres are shutting down, post offices are shutting down, credit unions are shutting down, bus routes are getting more expensive and less frequent. There's less of an opportunity to leave your town. So if you're stuck in the same town all the time, working a job that you may not be totally happy working in, or is very mentally stressful as the service industry is, why would you not take a line of cocaine or take an ecstasy pill or, you know, smoke a joint when you do genuinely feel that you could be trapped, as a lot of Tig and his generation did feel, because they were sort of left behind. All of their older friends were leaving school and being pushed out into the world, to America, to Canada, to Australia. Whereas for people like Tig, he was pushed into the LCA program, the Leaving Cert Applied, and into Youth Reach, which was a huge educational benefit for him. But his first kind of contact with the LCA program was the vice principal calling it "losers can achieve." So already there's a particular class of people who might have mental health difficulties who are already being shunned over to the side.
It's that messaging. Did Tig's death influence your attitude to drugs?
Yes, definitely, but not in the way that you might think.
When
I was 15, my first experience with drugs was, some people that I know used them, and now my brother has passed away following a set of circumstances created by drugs. So I was probably as anti-drug as you could get. I was practically the dare child. I was just not at all going to vibe with that. But then, as I got a bit older, I moved to Austria. I got into a particularly abusive relationship, and when I moved back to Ireland then, I started to view drug use through a different lens. I developed a few anxiety disorders, ADHD, which basically made my life hell. As I got into my early 20s, the world just felt wrong to me all the time. And I saw my friends using, cocaine and ecstasy. Now, for myself, I couldn't, because I'm such an anxious person. It'd kill me the first try. My heart rate is already at a resting 99. But when I was younger, I was around cannabis a lot. And when I was younger, I did smoke cannabis. Now, my relationship to drugs has changed ever so slightly. because a member of my family passed away from lung cancer. So I don't smoke cannabis anymore. I don't take it at all. But I can see why you would do that, because if you have a mental health issue and you don't have the skills or the skills to articulate it, or the supports for somebody to articulate it on your behalf and bring you to a medical professional, if somebody hands you a bag of weed and says this will make you feel okay for an hour or 2 hours or a week or a month or a day, you're going to take it.
It is. It's that pathway, isn't it, of anxiety and other things that lead you into what you think is an escape. Before we wrap up this panel, I just wanted to ask everybody just quickly, because the insights and the expertise here from this lived experience is priceless. What is it that people need? Like Carl, you mentioned earlier about which is obviously you're putting into your practice now with young people, with that lack of wraparound supports, holistic approaches to seeing people who are struggling.
Yeah, I suppose at the moment out there, like especially on services for young people. I'm a youth worker. I deal with extremely marginalised young people, mostly engaged in antisocial behaviour, drug dealing and criminality, and I go out and engage with them. The drug addiction is kind of a secondary response to youth work. You know, you're trying to be a positive peer mentor for these kids out there. I think the services that you're trying to get these young people in have a criteria that people need to meet. And it's very hard to meet that criteria. Like, even if you're dealing with someone and they're on 100 mils of methadone, you want to get them into a drug services and they're taking street drugs, the service will not take it unless you're on like a certain 80 mils or no street drugs or no cannabis in your system. Like, there's no support. I was one of the lucky ones that got a bit of support to reduce my use before I actually went to the service that looked after me. There's not much out there that you can feel you can, you know, you as a youth worker and me out there, you feel like you're firefighting. You know, you feel like you're constantly putting out fires and trying to be in the moment with the young person, but there's nothing there long term for the people to come in.
And Sean, I know it's particularly difficult within the travelling community, because often by virtue of the unique challenges that community faces, they're prevented from getting help. But you want people to keep an open mind about people who use drugs and why they use them.
Yeah, I do. There was something that I wanted to highlight as well, as that people, and it's not even just with travellers and stuff, with all kind of services, the likes even of Tusla, addiction centres, anyone, I think that they should give people the chance, even though if you might have a criminal background and stuff, give people the chance, and if they were in addiction, to help. Because when I had my key worker, when I was in treatment, he was in addiction years ago and was a graduate, and I could only really fully relate to him. Mm-hmm. You know, like, I got along with everybody else, but it's like, it's not, if you read it from a textbook and stuff, they're not going to fully understand you and how you're feeling and stuff, you know. They're not going to really get that emotional feeling.
Is that what moved you into the work that you're doing now?
Sorry?
Is that what inspired you to do the work that you are doing now?
Yeah, because if I could, like, I'm only one voice, like, but if I could say to someone, like, there is not enough help out there anyway, but to try, like, you need to want it, you know, you need to want it, and you need to fight for it. But when sometimes you're fighting a losing battle, though. You really are. Like I said, like Carl said, like, I was one of the lucky ones that was able to get TR and go into coal mine and stuff. But there's people out there just crying out for help to get into addiction services and that, and there's not enough many of them. And even if they have one or two slips, I've seen it, like, and even heard about other places and stuff, they're getting thrown out, and I'm after seeing a lot of people dying over it, like, you know, instead of just one little slip and stuff, if they didn't cause any danger to somebody or they didn't do nothing, give them the help. Don't, you know, you're putting them back out to the world where they're going to go obviously back on drugs, back into jail or debt.
And they have all that lost potential. Fiona, I just wanted to ask you, you know, like, I mean, the crisis in child and adolescent mental health services and mental health services generally is well known, but your student years are fairly, it's a big transition in any event. What do you think, just even based on your own personal experience and your family, obviously, that suffered that tragic loss, but also just, you've just finished your undergraduate degree, so what do you think is missing? What is needed for younger people who perhaps maybe the vast majority might do it recreationally and move on, but for some they're going to get into a bit of trouble?
So I think young people nowadays, we need to go easier on younger people. There's far too many pressures on everybody. Like, every generation thinks that the next one has it easier, and everyone will say that their generation has it the hardest. But the generation coming up now that are 15, 16, 17 years old, there are a lot of immense pressures. The cost of living crisis, there are, there's a world war is brewing, there's a lot of different things swirling around. And we need to understand that people's relationship with drugs doesn't begin with cannabis, it doesn't begin with ecstasy or cocaine. Our relationship with drugs began when we started fermenting berries and yeast many, many thousands of years ago. You can't look down on somebody doing drugs through a pint glass. And that's something that young people need to be able to express themselves, that we need to take this as something that is happening and build our supports around it, rather than to say, oh, well, how can we divert it this way or divert it that way? We need to accept that young people, they will likely do this. And if there's a way that we can support them, we should explore a way to support them. But I think that it's good to get into the mindset of understanding that many, 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 many people in Ireland use drugs right now. Some of it's just drinkable, some of it's smokable. Some of it you can buy in a pack in a corner shop. Other times you have to go to a different corner to buy it. So we need to just understand that young people coming up today, there is an immense amount of pressure on them. Things are more expensive. More and more people want to leave this country. It is really, really hard when every second week either one of my friends has gone away to Australia or America or Canada, and I've already lost two very close friends of mine to drug-related deaths, not including my own brother. So
What age are you?
I'm 23. I've only just finished my undergrad, and I've been to more funerals than I would care to ever even see or hear about. And those are not counting all of the people who I've met throughout my life who've probably gone away and who I'll never see from again. And what I just say to young people nowadays is reach out, make your voice heard, make your story known, and make sure that whatever you do, that you don't just suffer in silence and suffer with the stigma, the internal stigma of I'm the bad person, I'm the bold one. You're really not. There's more people going through this than you might think, and to just reach out.
Gillian, Gillian, if 20 years in journalism has taught me anything, it's that everyone has a backstory.
Yeah.
And you have to see sometimes beyond people's behaviours and what they're doing or what the record says about them. And I know that you're still struggling. Like, you're one of the success stories and your criminal record is holding you back. But given that so much of addiction is, as you really so powerfully set the scene for us, a trauma response, do we just need to meet people where they are?
You need to hear what you need to hear what they have to say. Let them have their voices, because a lot of decision making is made without the impact of the person that these decisions are impacting the most. They deal with the stigma, the shame, the criminalisation, the humanisation. There's a whole minefield out there. So whereas if you meet them where they're at, I know. I'm in recovery, and I think recovery is a big word because we're all recovering from something at some stage in our lives along the way, But a lot of people don't get to that recovery stage. They don't get to have their voice. Whereas if you meet them where they're at, and again, I suppose a lot of addiction is a trauma response. In my circumstances, if you dissect my life and you go back to where it all went wrong, it was all that the policies made, the decisions that were made on my behalf, that I never had a choice in any of those decisions. I had to just go along with the decisions and deal with the consequences, and those consequences impacted my life like they do the majority of my peer that you have seen in that video. These are the impact of the structure designs and the systems that are making all these decisions. These are the casualties of those decision making. I think we advocate for a more health-led approach to this, because I think it's a trauma response. Addiction, 90% of addiction is a trauma response. If you meet the person where they're at and you go back through their history, you can pinpoint exactly why and where, things went wrong for them. They had to start self-medicating, they had to like being high risk in situations like homeless accommodation on the streets, like they're the underbelly of society. Society pushes them aside. Whereas if you meet them where they're at and you give them value, like, you know, I suppose like with me, I'm only relatively drug free. I completed a detox 7 months ago. I set up an due to my role in Ishka, I set up an advisory board in the National Drug Treatment Centre, and you'd actually be shocked, the statistics, you know, people aren't even getting to see doctors, but yet they're being prescribed medication because no one's hearing them, no one cares to listen to what they have to say. So if I could give us any advice, I would look at this as a trauma response. Addiction is a trauma response. You know, recreational use, everyone uses recreationally. Without the trauma, it doesn't become a problem. It only becomes a problem if there's an underlying issue. You know, like what Carl said, you know, addiction is the symptom. What's the problem? What has caused this addiction? To find that out, you have to listen to what people have to say. You have to hear what they say. You know, I think society has this opinion that once someone uses drugs, that they don't know their own mind. I can tell you, I'd be sitting here having the same conversation, which is whether I was using drugs or not using drugs. So if I could leave you with any message, it's to meet people where they are and hear what they have to say, because, you know, they're not the problem, they're the solution. They have the answers, but it's like, what way can I explain this to you? Most, you know, if you're setting up a hotel, you listen to people that are using the hotel, but yet all these services that are set up for people that use drugs, they don't take on board their feedback or what they have to say about the services that they're accessing and that are impacting their lives on a daily basis. So, yeah.
And we might get a chance, I'm going to hand you over back to Paul shortly just to for your roundtable discussions, but we will be coming back for the question and answer session, and we'd really appreciate all of the questions they have, because there are solutions on this stage, I can tell you. Just on behalf of the Assembly members and to anyone who is tuning in, I want to thank each and every one of you for your courage in speaking to us today, to condolences for all the loss that you've had, and thank you so much, and we'll come back. I think Paul is in about 15 minutes. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Derval, and again, thank you to our panellists who, as I said at the outset, really want to make things better for everybody. There's just 2 or 3 messages I would just take away for myself as you start to go into 15 minutes deliberations at the table. And the first one that I heard very strongly from Shannon, Gillian and Carol in particular, was the vicious cycle of addiction, then into criminalisation, and then the trauma that happens. Now, thankfully, people who are speaking here today have come through recovery, but as they said, many other people haven't come through that cycle. It's ended up in a much different place. But that's a very strong message. I think equally from Fionn, I think a really good insight as to why people take drugs, and sometimes that's really going to help us get out the stereotypical view that many of us might have, or bias why people take drugs. So a really intricate insight by Fionn in particular, just on that one. And then I think what came through again, something that we will come back to in future, is the issue around the services, which the panellists have spoke about, the accessibility or the inaccessibility of getting into services, and the firefighting, I think, as Carl had called it. And finally, that really strong phrase, Gillian referenced it again, I think Andy in her first panel at the last assembly, meeting people where they're at. It's something that is resonated with me from the last panel, and it has again today. So I'm going to pass across to your facilitators who have 15 minutes at your table to have a deliberation, and when we come back to the question and answers, it will be a bit more random around the tables. We'll get to some tables in this panel and some tables in the next panel discussion. Best of luck. Thank you.
what have we got, about 20 minutes for a little bit of a discussion with our panel. I'm just going to take questions randomly, and don't be afraid, stand up and let me know, and we have mics around the room. So who wants to start us off, maybe just in terms of the questions? I think it's at table 13. That's wonderful, thank you. I saw one hand down there. There we are, there's a mic for you.
How's it going? Really powerful stuff from all the panellists, really inspiring, and I suppose to help us all kind of self-reflect on our own experience that we might not be able to think of in the same way. My question is to all the panellists. What would each of you like to see come out of the Assembly's recommendations on a personal level?
Okay, let's see. Carl, you're closest to me, so I'll ask you first.
Yeah, I suppose for me, I've been debating with my job around decriminalisation and legalisation. We've been kind of looking at that, and I'd be probably for decriminalisation. I'd be on the fence with legalisation. I've been looking at even the international literature of like where they prescribe diamorphine to drug addicts and stuff. But in regards to decriminalisation, I work with young people and who smoke weed and who could get caught with a bag of weed at 15 years of age and pick up a criminal record that could affect their whole life. It could affect
their jobs,
their travel, their education, you know. So I think that if there was a health-led approach where that young person could see to actually tackling why he has the weed, why he's taking it, that it doesn't need to be this way, you know. No one ever told me it doesn't have to be this way. My reality was my reality, and I thought everybody else's reality was the same as my reality. I've never seen the bigger picture. But for that instance of saving our youth, I don't think we should be criminalising them. I think we should be helping them.
Absolutely, that's fantastic. Fionn.
What I'd like to see this Citizens' Assembly come out with is something that is not only a standalone set of recommendations that you can kind of take to government, but a framework that you can build on. That looking
at... In what sense?
Well, what we've seen is that drugs is not just a criminal justice issue, and it's not just a health issue. It is something that affects everyone from the social level to the community level to the work level. What I'd like to see these recommendations come up with is a really secure framework that going forward, that this cross-section of society that has been entirely obliterated in terms of their rights or their representation doesn't pop up again. To see it from a health-led approach so that we can, like Carl has been saying before, to have this come from the person being able to treat somebody, being able to make sure that it's focused on the individual and that it's a tailored experience, because you can write a bill, you can write a law, and it's not going to cover everybody. There will be somebody in that outlying system. There has to be flexibility within it. That if somebody, say for instance, it's a health-led approach, if that does come about, if somebody within the system starts to diverge from that health-led approach, they shouldn't just be hit with fly swatter and then told, well, no, back in, we've given you your lane. We've seen before that the system does fail, like in the video earlier on. Whatever system you build, there will be people on the outliers, so it has to be able to grow, naturally so that it's a services-led growth. So if you're looking at, like drug policy going on following the Citizens' Assembly and whatever those recommendations are and whatever the subsequent law changes are, that has to be able to be grown by people on the front line with lived experience of drug use, with like obviously support from family members and service providers. But what I would like to see is something active and dynamic grow, because you can bang about the criminal law book forever and ever and ever, and it doesn't stop murder, it doesn't stop any of the other of these horrible crimes. So criminalising and making it a criminal justice issue solely is not what it's going to work.
Is there a role for both?
I think that there is a role for both, because like we've seen that when people are involved with like polydrug use or things like that, you are, by virtue of using drugs and buying drugs, breaking the law. So the law will be involved in some way, shape or form. But what I'd like to see the criminal justice aspect of it shift away from the individual and say perhaps onto the, of the more grand scale importation, and have that criminal justice as an overarching structure that governs like everything in society. It's there as a distant shield. But when you're looking at something like addiction, you're in the absolute most vulnerable position that you can be in, and you're essentially in somebody's living room, the living room of their mind. So you don't want to be going in there with, you know, a nightstick and a whistle and a high-vis jacket. You really want to be going in there and sitting down and teasing out and coaxing out the problems. So I would like to see criminal justice as a distant barrier, as a faraway border to keep criminality and violence away from people using drugs. But on the more close-to-home aspect, I would much rather be treated by a doctor or a nurse than I would be treated by somebody who has the power to detain me indefinitely.
Gillian, I saw you nodding your head furiously during a lot of that. It is that sort of sense of the holistic, the wraparound, and the services for people who are struggling.
I think the way it's criminalised at the moment, I'll bring you back to my story as to the financial impact of it really on the government. That costs more, that decision costs more in the long term on the resources, on the system, and, you know, on the government. It was like, what, I think my rent was €1,600 a month. The government ended up paying like that a weekly to keep me in emergency accommodation, whereas if, you know, you decriminalise it then and you put the resources into a more health-led approach, which is meeting people where they're at, you know, kind of more mental, psychological, because it's all a trauma response, you know, and I'd be of the opinion that we're traumatised people in a lot of the decision making at the moment. Yeah.
And penalising them often through the criminal justice system. Shannon, just table 13, what would you like to see the Assembly to take away, or what recommendations would you like to see taking shape?
I'd say the lads kind of nearly broke it down for me as well, but I'd like to see that it's like to take away. I know I obviously everyone can't get away with, you know what I mean, what they're doing, but it's to break the cycle. And as well, I know we can't open up everyone's minds, but it's not to stop sweeping things under the carpet, pretending that none of this is happening. Like, it's happening everywhere. It's happening, and like people, as they like to say, like in the lower class communities and stuff, but it's not. It's happening with people that's working up high. It's happening with barristers, solicitors. It's happening with everybody. And just because the lower end scale of the people, they get the more. And if you're in the system already, or you're highlighted already, you're going to get more of a sentence as it is than to somebody that has money or that can bail you out and stuff. And it's just to be a little bit more open-minded, that people that went through addiction and did horrible things, even like myself, that I'd never picture myself ever doing today. Like, I broke a cycle for my children, that my children, well, I could hope so, that my children would never end up in jail or a treatment centre over the trauma that I put them through. So that's something that means something so much to me, that I don't want all, like, I can say only for, like, I don't want it, but for people to get a more understanding that no one's just out taking drugs and drinking and doing crimes just because they feel like it.
Okay. And you want that, maybe measures to break that intergenerational cycle of trauma?
It's trauma, mental health, being literally, like, labellised since you're a child. Having a label on you and you can never get rid of it, really.
Okay, I'll take another question. I think we'll just go to table 4 here. Thank you. And there's a microphone there for you.
Thank you. My question is there any one thing that might have helped each one of you when things were most critical?
Absolutely, Gillian.
I suppose I've always had a voice. I've always been able to speak my voice, but no one heard what I had to say. You know, so I suppose if people met me where I was at and heard what I had to say, rather than judging or discriminating or, you know, stigmatising me for what I was doing, look at to why is Gillian doing this? What has, like, you know, how can we help Gillian? But that's not how this is approached. How it is, it's you know, there's a stigma around using drugs, and you carry that stigma, and unfortunately, you know, you go into a police station, you're stigmatised. You go for a job, it's stigmatised. Throughout my whole life, I've been stigmatised for it. And then, you know, generational, we can go into generational. Both my parents were people that used drugs. I became a person that used drugs. You know, a lot of the stuff that impacted me has impacted my children. Like, you know, they went into the care of the state. They, you know, there's one of them is still in the care of the state. So that's like the baton is being passed on, not through any, you know, want or will from myself, but it's just the way the structures are designed. You know, the system is designed to keep people that use drugs in the system. I have tried to get drug free. Would be my 4th time, and every other time I've failed because I can't reintegrate into society because society isn't allowing me to. You know, I haven't been in trouble with the police in 5 years, but yeah, I got charged like in February for something that I done 5 years ago. I was brought in front of the justice system and I was looking at being sentenced only for the guard took it upon himself to go and try and get the struck out. But that's a rare occasion, the guard doing that. You know, the majority of my experience through 3 decades of active drug use is, you know, it's discrimination and you're being re-traumatized. You know, by going into a police station, it's traumatized, and having to strip search, it's traumatized, and, you know, going into emergency accommodation when you're not used to it, this is all traumatizing. So what's happening is you're putting trauma on top of trauma and top of trauma, and then you're wondering why aren't people can't get out of this, because there's no gentle encouragement to do it. It's all like disenabling rather than enabling. You know, if you have a child and you're, you know, giving it a negative reinforcement on a daily basis, that child is going to believe there's something wrong with them. The systems are designed to be negative towards people that use drugs. There's no compassion, there's no love, there's no care. You know, yeah. So that would be my answer to that.
Carl, it's especially with things like dual diagnosis and all things, but often the needs of people who use drugs are so complex. But if you had one thing, what do you think would have made a huge difference to you when you were younger?
My voice to be heard. My voice to be heard.
For you, Carl?
I suppose for me, where it kind of changed for me is where I couldn't back myself. I couldn't back myself to change. Somebody else backed me. So when I seen somebody believing in me, I started to get that belief in myself. And I'm sitting here thinking like that, like all the interventions that could have possibly been done, I don't get resentful at that. It's kind of, I let it go. But I'm sitting here thinking, and I probably kicked myself, I didn't say that. I had to take some level of responsibility myself for my addiction as well, because if I kept blaming everybody else, I probably would have never, like,
got out of it.
Yeah, you know, so like I had to, we have all the interventions I could have done, but I had to like own some of it myself, you know. I couldn't, like, I had to stop blaming people, I had to stop blaming, and until I felt like that, if you get that, I don't know if you get that, but like it's like, I had to own some part of myself, you know.
Shannon, for you, again, it's a tough but a really kind of insightful question. If there was, looking back, if there was one thing, what did you need, or what could have made the difference for you?
And I say the first encounter, really what could have made a difference to me was when I was put into care and I was just shipped away from my family that wanted me, that fought hard, and Tussla wouldn't give me to them, and that broke away, that gave me more trauma and stuff. The guards put a thing on me when I was only 11 years of age that I wasn't even allowed in Waterford. And every time I'd run away, then they put me in lock-up units because I was running away from the homes and stuff. But it's like Gillian said, none of them actually asked me, what is going on? Why are you running away? Why are you here? Why are you, you know? And it's even like when I got a little bit older then, and I had Tussla involved with my children, I went from being like at the lower scale of having 1 or 2, 3, 4 charges to boom. And then they kept on saying, people kept on saying, like the mental health services, all loads of services kept on saying, like, you are in addiction, you are. But I never got asked for a urine once. Nobody ever asked me. They put it to me, but they never asked me, like for urine, or are you an addiction? They told me I was. But
that recurrent theme of just not being heard, I think. Fionn, what about for you? What do you think?
So for myself, having not really entered into, say, problematic drug use or stuff like that, but from what I can see from my own brother and my friends, and even for myself when I did use it recreationally, if at any point when I was going through a really bad trauma when I was young, say when I was 15 after my brother passed away, if I'd been given better access to mental health services. Now, I did have access to CAMS, but I found CAMS quite difficult for me to engage with because it's quite intense as a 15-year-old to be talking about, life and death and how do you process death. For my brother, following his initial overdose in 2012, if at any point he had been entered into a holistic program, he was brought into an acute unit, which had been, nicknamed, the mental house of that wing of the hospital, which was the terminology used by everybody in there. And you had everybody you have people experiencing bipolar disorder or schizophrenia, and then you also have someone like my brother who's coming out of a rather difficult period mentally. So if at any point a tailored system had been introduced to somebody, if somebody got to sit down with the counsellor who had the power to look at their file and go, well, okay, here's what you need. Here's the name of a psychiatrist. Here's the name of a psychologist. Here's a GP. Here is a social worker. Or here's somebody that you can go along with and that will actually teach you to live with this in your field. Like my brother was a chef. I'm a chef. Nearly all the men in my family are chefs, save for one. We all grew up as chefs around drug addiction, but we never had that opportunity early on to articulate our feelings, to articulate why we wanted to do it, and to articulate how it felt when other people did it around us. Were we doing it because we wanted to be a part of something? Were we doing it because we wanted to kind of feel something? These were things that I still don't know the answer to them now, to be honest, but hopefully with time that will come out. But I think that early on, teaching people to articulate how they feel and to let them know that you're good enough to ask what you want for yourself. You're good enough that what you want, you can get for yourself within reason. And that's what I think would really need, is for somebody to take the hand of a scared 15-year-old somewhere and to go, I'm listening to you. You're not going to be left behind. You're not going to jail. You're not going to spend months in a padded cell. We're going to take you somewhere where you can talk about your feelings, articulate what you want, and we're going to find out what you need. And if we can't get it for you, we're going to find out why we can't get it for you.
Absolutely, that is profound. The most important job of a moderator is to get people to the coffee break on time, and I am determined to do that. So I have time for one more question, and I'm going to take it from, is it table 12?
Does widespread recreational use make people with trauma more likely to get involved and become addicted?
So just repeat that for me. I think it was in respect of...
Does widespread recreational use, some of your panel have said there's widespread recreational use, does that make people with trauma more likely to get involved and become addicted because of accessibility?
I think maybe Carl, because you referenced the rave scene earlier and kind of the fun part of it, but that notion that, as we all know, there's a lot of kind of widespread use maybe of party drugs, of cannabis, which are often the stepping stones. I think the question from table 12 relates to if you've had trauma, are you then predisposed to that use becoming more problematic or ultimately dependent, do you think?
Yeah, I suppose with the drugs now are so easily attained, like it's with even dual diagnosis, like it's what came first, the chicken or the egg, someone is introduced through a social aspect, then there's a line of cocaine, let's say, and all of a sudden that triggers that mental issue within that person. So I believe the answer is yes, that if the drugs are more widespread, they're more socially accepted these days, that they're, like, if you look, I've studied research in Ballymun, and it's called It Was Only Weed, that the normalisation of weed use within subcultures like Ballymun, and like unfortunately now we're moving from a phase where we've moved from the heroin addiction, we're moving from it, and we're moving into a new problematic stage with like cocaine, like heroin sedated people, You know, it kind of lowered them down. You're moving into cocaine. Heroin is an opioid. Cocaine is more of a nubber, which brings more like
Aggression, violence.
behaviours, anger, fear.
And that's before we get to synthetic drugs, which we're actually going to hear about much more in our next panel, and about how that is affecting behaviours. We are 40 seconds over, but I am determined to get you for your coffee break, because that's important, and I want to give time to all of the rest of our speakers. But once again, to Shannon, Fionn, Gillian and Carl, thank you so much. And Paul, I'll just hand you back.
And thank you to Derva too and all of our panellists. Very powerful testimonies given again. Can I just ask you to enjoy your 12-minute coffee break? If I can have you all back just 1 minute before 10:45, because we really want to go straight into our next panel. Thanks very much. Do you want to stand in for a photo there, Paul? Straight away, I'm going to pass straight across to Derval to introduce now our next panel discussion, which is with some frontline workers involved in delivery of care services in this area. Thank you, Derval.
Thanks a million, Paul. So we are now going to look in this session at the impact of harmful drug use through a very, very different lens, and it's that of our frontline workers. And what we have on stage are 4 very, very different but related disciplines, but what they all share is this sort of a unique bird's eye view on the issues that we're discussing and the harmful impacts on individuals and families and communities. Just to introduce them all to you, Tom McLaughlin to my far right is an advanced paramedic based in Swords Fire Station. Beside him, Elaine Keogh. Elaine works with Merchants Key Ireland and is the clinical nurse manager at the St Francis Farm Detox Unit in Tullow in Carlow. Maria O'Hara is a detective in the National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau, and Dr Chris Luke has a 40-year career working as an ER doctor in Dublin, Cork, Liverpool, Edinburgh, the whole works. And so first of all, welcome to you all. And Chris, I'm going to start with you. First of all, maybe just paint a picture for us when we get into the ER room, into A&E. What type of people are you seeing, and what type of drug use are you seeing, and what are the impacts, I suppose, maybe just at a physiological, psychological level when they hit the ER suite?
Yeah, thanks, Derval. I suppose everybody at this stage realises that our emergency departments are completely overwhelmed, you know, in every town and city in the state. I mean, there's about 30 of them, and they're all basically overloaded 24/7. And I often talk about drink and drugs to parents, and I try to explain to them that very many of the patients within the emergency department, and I include the elderly on trolleys, you know, because as far as the eye can see, you're going to see trolleys and people with the people on the trolleys. You'll see full waiting rooms and so on, and you'll have ambulances queuing up. And a great number of the people there are actually there by choice, but it's not that they've chosen that day to arrive in an emergency department recreationally, but it's just that the choice they've made over a lifetime, for example, tobacco consumption, alcohol consumption, or mistaken consumption of prescribed meds, or inappropriate consumption, as well as all the illicit drugs we've sort of talked about so far. So I mean, for example, tobacco kills 50% of its users, and a huge number of the people in the back areas of emergency departments are there with tobacco-induced lung disease, leg disease, heart disease, strokes, and so on. And the same, obviously, with alcohol. Alcohol fills our emergency departments, particularly in the evening. And particularly, following, road traffic accidents or violence on the streets and so forth. In terms of illegal drugs, they tend to come into us in the afternoons and the evenings. And as I explained, they're coming in. These people are coming into already bursting emergency departments, and that immediately makes it difficult, because as Tom will attest, the ambulances are trying to actually decant patients who sometimes have to wait in the ambulances for 4, 6, 8 hours or longer because there's no space for them in the emergency department. So that's the context into which, for example, a 17 or 18-year-old boy who's having an acute cannabis-induced psychosis arrives. And he can be extremely agitated, sometimes violent, but very difficult to restrain and very, very noisy. He is frightening to those around him, particularly the elderly people and the family members and the companions. So anybody with an acute psychosis, drug-induced, whether it's cannabis, common cause, cocaine, very common cause, and so on, will be very frightening. And one of the things we haven't heard yet in terms of our discussion is that, drug taking can make people very difficult to deal with, because they can be very addled, very muddled, they can be hallucinating, they can be deluded, they can be having all sorts of physical conditions. And again, Tom will be very well aware of that. Almost every day you'll have an opioid overdose of some sort where the patient becomes blue, they stop breathing, they have pinpoint pupils, and they may be grey by the time they get hopefully the famous Narcan or naloxone, which is the antidote. Or they can be a cocaine agitation delirium, which is typical, for example, on the streets in or outside clubs. You'll often get violence with the doormen at clubs, propelled by the cocaine we've heard about from so eloquently from Fionn. But for every 10 guys kicking off at the door of a club, one or so will proceed into severe cocaine-related delirium, agitation, violence, or sometimes an acute stroke or heart attack or seizure. So there's an enormous range of drug-related presentations to the emergency departments. The number one problem is we're already packed out with lifestyle issues, and drug issues can be very, very difficult to deal with as a result.
So I might just maybe just pick up on that, Tom, because you're an advanced paramedic, so you can go in. I know the name of the medication that literally can sort of try and revive people back to life, but you can dispense those as an advanced paramedic. But when you get the call out and it's a drug-related incident, what types of scenarios are you facing? Where are you and your colleagues being brought to?
So what generally happens when someone rings 999 or 112, no one usually ever says it's a drug-related incident or never says that it's a drug overdose. They would normally tell you on the phone that it's a collapse or this person's unresponsive or unconscious or is not breathing. So that goes in as a category 1 call. So it's what we term as an echo or delta call. And usually that gets a fire EMS-based response from Dublin. So you may have a fire engine and an ambulance attending that scene. And usually if it's an overdose type scenario, you're met with really kind of 4 typical scenarios. And the first scenario would be that someone has overdosed, is unresponsive, and you do assess and treat them, and you do give them the naloxone drug to try and reverse that cause. And usually what happens with that type of individual is that they get the treatment, they now become conscious, and then they refuse any further treatment or transport. And that's a big concern for us because we want them to go to hospital to get definitive care. The second type then would be where...
can they be, just as Chris was outlining, can they be aggressive about that? Or?
So that's another type of individual. So that type of individual, if if they're unresponsive or unconscious, and we reverse the cause of the drug overdose by giving naloxone, that person may get aggressive and violent and may not want, obviously, to go to hospital either. And then, obviously, we may have to get the guards involved in that type of scenario. And then there's violence and aggression towards the crew, and then you have to think about the safety of the crew. And that can be quite a difficult situation to manage. Of course, then there's the other type of scenario where you may give the person the naloxone and they're quite happy to go to hospital. They may decide, yeah, this is what I need to do, didn't realise I was in this situation, and are very grateful to you that you're going to bring them to definitive care. And of course, the last one, which is the one we don't want, is that when you arrive at the scene and this person is dead and you're trying to revive the person, and that may work or may not work. So they may be verified as dead at the scene, or they may travel to the hospital and die at the hospital. So that's quite common as well. And of course, we have to consider the environment we're in a lot of the time. So those environments could be someone's home, it could be a hostel, or it could be down some dark, wet alleyway in the city centre. So the environment plays a part in the response and how we manage that case.
And when you say even just in someone's home, like, I mean, I think there's a tendency, perhaps our deep ingrained biases, we might think, well, it'll be the hostel, it'll be an alleyway, or it'll be a certain community, but does it bring you to, does your work, particularly when you're looking at drug-related harm, bring you through all strata of society?
Absolutely does. Nowadays it does. It probably didn't many years ago, but certainly it does now. So, like, I would have worked across the city and would have experienced and attended cases of drug misuse or drug abuse or overdoses in various different areas. Now, it probably wouldn't be as prevalent in the likes of sort of Donnybrook and Rathfarnham, but certainly in sort of Tallaght, Dolphins Barn, Finglas, and Fisborough, those sort of areas, is probably more prevalent there, and the crews would see them more frequently there. So yeah, but again, it's like that last week, for example, or in the last 2 shifts I worked, I attended 2 overdose cases. One was in Swords, and unfortunately that person died, and the other one was in Donabate. And they're not places you would normally associate with drug overdoses or heroin overdoses in particular, you know. Yeah. So it's right across the board.
Maria, before you joined the National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau, you were in uniform, you were on the beat, you were based in the city centre in Pearse Street, so not far from Temple Bar, which we've just been reading about in the last 24, 48 hours about renewed concerns about drug use in that area. With that being on the beat in the heart of the city, what kind of incidents were you coming across? You know, what scenarios or what kind of range of offences were you dealing with?
So just to keep on the topic in relation to talking about overdoses, I think my first week as a uniform guard in Pearse Street, Temple Bar obviously is a very busy area. And any call could come in at any time, but as Tom had said, a call had come in, just a male collapsed on the street at Fleet Street Car Park. So just speaking on arrival, going to the scene, I was along with my colleague, and my colleague at the time knew this man that was collapsed, and he was speaking to him by name. And he was semi-conscious until the point that he had obviously lost consciousness then. The ambulance services were called, and then they had arrived, and obviously I had observed the administration of the Narcan or the naloxone, whichever one was used. So just in them instances to see, like, you know, the preservation of life was key in this instance, and making sure that, you know, he was okay and that he actually went off to hospital, and he wasn't violent or anything like that. But in all instances, as we see, you know, drug use and all, we also have to have a duty of care to look after and very much make sure that they're okay as well.
Because there is, Maria, a dual aspect to what the Gardaí are doing. There's obviously the public safety aspect, that sort of criminal justice public safety aspect, but there's also the personal safety of there's a welfare role, isn't it, often for the Gardaí when they're coming into scenarios like that?
Well, absolutely. Public safety is paramount, and, you know, drugs don't discriminate. You know, they affect everybody in their lives, and, you know, duties would have also included the likes of being station gaoler at Pearse Street Guard Station, where you would have had numerous amounts of people that have been arrested coming in and out of the station. And in one instance, I remember a very violent male one night come in, and he had to be taken in by 4 or 5 strong men, and he actually was a veterinary student, believe it or not, and he was after taking ketamine, and he was, I'd say his body strength was 20 times what it usually would be like, and it was such a difficult night to try and look after him, and, you know, instead of looking every 15 minutes to see was he okay, it was every minute to check that he was not doing any damage to himself, and the duty of care and the safety of looking after him as well, obviously.
What are the range of offences, Maria, that you encounter when you're on the beach? Like, I mean, obviously, the worst is when there's been an unlawful killing or extreme violence. But what are kind of the impacts of it? See, particularly around a place like Temple Bar, where you might there's a lot of petty theft or things like that.
In my personal experience, while I was a beat member in Temple Bar, I've seen a myriad of offences, ranging from assaults, violent disorders, public order, every offence under the Public Order Act, thefts, burglaries, obviously drug taking. You know, it's like, obviously there's been suicides, people attempting to jump into the Liffey, pulling them off bridges. It ranges. Every day is just so different, and you could just come across really anything. You just have to be prepared to be able to, you know, deal with it.
Elaine, we heard earlier in that very first powerful session about how nobody sets out to be an addiction. Nobody plans it, and often those who have problematic or dependent drug use have really, really complex needs, and that's where your frontline, I suppose, interacts with these people. What are you seeing at Merchants Quay and at the farm when people are coming in looking for your help?
Yeah, so I suppose our residential service in St. Francis Farm is for people who are on methadone and who are on benzodiazepines, and we do a medically supervised detox. So that's a nurse-led service, and GPs come in and reduce people off of that. So I suppose we've heard a lot of this very acute and frontline stuff that's happening. I suppose this is the service in Tullow is much further down the road, where people are looking to come into a residential service to come off of these drugs that are prescribed by the GPs. I suppose the background is that people have very complex needs, as you mentioned, and we heard some of the stories in the last session, where the addiction is one piece, but there are many other pieces. And I suppose from my experience working in St. Francis Farm, a lot of it is around mental health. you know, there's mental health issues there, whether they're diagnosed or not, and there's a lot of self-medication and around drug use, and that tends to be where a lot of that the addiction comes in.
And like, I mean, it can be, you know, just even hearing Chris talking about, you know, the A&E, but even for a person who's got capacity and who's got resources, navigating our services can be really, really challenging, whether it's mental health or other services. The people who are coming seeking your help must have extraordinary difficulty in having their needs met, especially if it is a dual diagnosis or they're eligible for that service but they're not eligible for that. Their capacity.
Sure, it's very complex, and I suppose even for me as a nurse and someone who works in the services, it can be very hard to navigate around the services. So I've had experience of people saying that they just don't know where to go. We get a lot of phone calls into our service in Tullow with people asking how, you know, from families and from people in addiction, where do I go? Where do I start? How do I start this process for myself to get some help? So I suppose that's the first piece. And then the next piece is around that there are so few services available that it takes a long time for a person to access those. And I suppose the waiting lists that we would see, and then people unfortunately are not able to maintain and not taking anything else, and then are not able to access the service when their time comes to come into it.
And then it's so easy then to slip back and to relapse. Tom, I was interested, you know, we were just chatting earlier to Gillian about her late father was one of the first casualties of the heroin epidemic in the 80s. What is the biggest change that you have seen in terms of drug prevalence, drug use, but also maybe the type of drugs that are being used in your work as an advanced paramedic?
Yeah, so the term polydrug use is more common now, where there's like back in the 80s, there was probably a drug of choice. Heroin was big in the 80s. It seemed to have died off when the kind of AIDS, HIV pandemic kind of kicked off, and then other drugs took hold. It became the drug of choice then. But in modern days and today, cocaine is huge around. We see cocaine a lot around the city. But people are using more and more drugs and different types of drugs together, and that poses a big problem.
Is this the synthetic, the kind of the...
Yeah, so you have obviously the ketamine that was mentioned there.
Fentanyl
is not as popular, but it's there, and it's very hard to detect. Unless someone's telling you they're taking fentanyl, you won't see it that often, but you certainly see the paraphernalia for heroin use. You'd certainly see the paraphernalia for
Is heroin
cocaine.
back?
Heroin is definitely back, yeah. Heroin. I've been to a good few heroin overdoses over the last while, yeah. Heroin's still there, you know, and it's definitely back if you want to use that term. Pills, of course, pills are being used quite frequently as well. So the ecstasies and the LSDs and the benzodiazepines, they're all still being used, you know. So it seems to be widespread, to be honest, and polydrug use seems to be the case. And what happens when we arrive at the scene is that a lot of the time we actually won't know what you're
dealing with.
You know, and you have to play a bit of a detective in trying to find out what drug was taken, unless someone's there to tell you. If it's a family member, they may tell you, or if there's a key worker there, they may know more information. Sometimes if it's, as I mentioned earlier on, down an alleyway, the person that they may have been using a drug with has probably
absconded because they're afraid of the criminal impact. Chris, I want to ask you about this because there is a lot of discussion and debate outside of this room, outside of this assembly, about the need to not only decriminalise cannabis, but also to possibly to legalise it. There's a strong lobby, but can you tell us something about the extent of drugs like cannabis, their use, and your own thoughts maybe on that?
Yeah, it's a very vexed issue, Derval, to put it mildly. I mean, it's as polarised as American politics, I would say, the cannabis debate, for example. There are some broad themes. We know, for example, that since the legalisation of cannabis in Canada and North America, you know, the States, that the use of cannabis by young people and adults in general has gone up by about 6-fold. and that it stays up. So you can start with medical or medicinal cannabis legalization, but once the usage goes up within a population, it seems to stay up. That's what the first 5 to 10 years have shown us in the States. Similarly, if you legalize cannabis use, as they have done in North America, you'll see the numbers of people attending the emergency departments surge. You'll see what we've seen recently in Temple Street. You'll see a surge in the accidental poisoning of youngsters with gummies and edible cannabis. That's very popular. You'll see that happen particularly when the parents are smoking, weed. Or parents are drinking, or whatever they're doing. If parents are not with it, if their consciousness and vigilance levels are impaired, their children will come to harm. As we've sort of indirectly heard already today.
I recently read a piece in the Irish Medical Times that you wrote, some of it tongue-in-cheek, but actually your main gripe, as I understood it, with cannabis use is its connection to violence and to what you describe as third-party victims. Can you tell us about that?
Well, there are 4 groups of presentations with every drug, and Tom will realise this. There's the acute use. You smoke a few spliffs and you become euphoric or sick. You may have an ab reaction. You may be suddenly very, very sick. You may vomit. You may become nauseated. You may hallucinate. Then there's and that's the same with alcohol or ketamine or whatever, like the ketamine reaction with the veterinary student. That's very typical. People who become intoxicated with certain drugs and who become psychotic. They have, I've heard it said that the Incredible Hulk comic is based on cocaine and the effect of cocaine psychosis on people, and how little weedy people can become extraordinarily powerful. And Maria described something which we see every week in an emergency department in this country, where you have 6, 7, 8 guards, security people or whatever, sweating, trying to restrain some apparently slim, built individual who's in a psychosis for whatever reason. And as Tom has implied, it may be 6 weeks, 6 months, or never before we discover what they've actually taken. So it's sort of it's guesswork according to the features of the dilated pupils or the pinpoint pupils and all that. But the chronic consumption of any drug will lead to the well-known effects. So cannabis, we know about psychiatric issues. We know that if you have one episode of cannabis-induced psychosis, that 50% you'll have a 50% chance of developing schizophrenia or bipolar or other psychosis. So cannabis heavy, not the odd spliff. We're not talking here about the odd anything. We're talking about people who are smoking several spliffs a day or bongs or whatever, and who have a vulnerability. This is the issue.
Which is an issue which came up from.
So basically, so far medically it's accepted in terms of epidemiology that between 10 and 20% of heavy users will go on to develop what's called a cannabis use disorder, which is where they get the cravings. They might be very irritable. We've heard about, and they develop. They withdraw from society, including their own family. They'll withdraw to their room and only emerge periodically to get their supply. There's other things that are emerging. For example, see cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which is something they're beginning to see in emergency rooms all around the States, where you get young adults, males typically, who find that they have terrible vomiting and abdominal pain, and they've discovered that the only thing that relieves that is a hot shower. So that's a classic giveaway. Someone who has sometimes an undisclosed history of heavy cannabis consumption, but presents to the emergency department because they've been vomiting for days, and they're sweaty and exhausted and can't sleep, and they're brought in and they admit that the only thing that works is this hot shower. That's a classic thing of heavy cannabis consumption. The third group is the third party, people who are victims of violence, random violence on the streets that Maria deals with, and that's what I worry most about. That's actually what I worry most about. It's the violence I worry most about. Like people who are withdrawing from cannabis. Classically, the parents will report that their young son, who was a lovely, sporting, scholastically successful boy, is withdrawn into himself, and he gets incredibly angry if you try and discuss his habit with him, or if he doesn't have enough cannabis to go. So withdrawal like that, often associated with anger and irritability, sometimes violence. And the fourth is withdrawal. Yeah.
It's interesting. I was listening to a podcast in which a lady was musing. She was saying it's interesting in terms of addiction that one of the two areas where people are described as users is drugs and digital screens, the screens that we use, but
yes.
it's like that taking away from people. Maria, I want to talk to you because obviously you've given us this perspective of what it's like on the beat, but now obviously you're a senior detective at the National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau. So you have a different perspective and lens on some of the issues that Chris and others have raised in respect of the link between what happens at an individual or, you know, or family level versus what is happening at a society level, and that is the organised crime networks. And I think you said something else earlier about how, you know, drugs don't discriminate, and it's that link. I think when we talk about sanctions or anything like that, we're like, well, what about the individuals? But people seem to want something for, well, what are we going to do? Fionn talked about it earlier as well, about you see it at the organised crime level.
Yeah, so in dealing with organised criminal gangs, I suppose there's a direct link, is what we can see, going back to the people that use drugs on the street. And, you know, you may go into a search of a house and there might be designer handbags and very high signs of wealth. And, you know, I suppose it all goes back to the poor drug addict on the street who's actually paying for these elaborate signs of wealth, you know. So that's a direct link that we would see, you know.
Yeah. And then obviously just with at both ends of the spectrums of your work within Garda Síochána, you're seeing it at those both levels, the family level and as well as at that bigger level.
Yeah, like the destruction the families are going through, like, you know, just some people end up in these situations, they don't want to be in them, but they have to do them, and, you know, it's just very common that it happens.
Elaine, just before we hand back to Paul, you know, to go to the roundtables, I had a question that I wanted to ask yourself and Tom, and that is the impact of dealing with addiction in individuals in the communities on those who are providing the frontline services. Like, I mean, do you and your colleagues experience high levels of burnout? Did you hear, you know, is it vicarious trauma that I know you're obviously very skilled and very trained, but what is it like being on the front line of some of people's most challenging life experiences?
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's challenging. It can be frustrating at times, and I suppose there is that vicarious trauma that you're experiencing because you are hearing a lot of stories. Everybody has a backstory. I think you mentioned that earlier. A lot of them are very traumatizing and difficult to hear. So I suppose there's burnout within the sector, definitely. It is something that you really have to mind yourself in this area, and I suppose the support of your colleagues in this as well is really important, to be able to keep working and supporting these people through this process, because it is very difficult for them, but you have to take on that with them to
you're equally frustrated trying to get it,
to navigate them and to advocate for them, and I suppose you have to put on the professional front and keep that, you know, so it is challenging, yeah.
And Tom, equally, like, I mean, would you and your colleagues have to debrief, particularly after maybe having to get help to get out of a very, very difficult, perhaps a violent situation?
Yeah, absolutely. It can cause a certain amount of stress for crews, for practitioners dealing with these situations. But on top of that, we had the practitioners, the paramedics, the advanced paramedics. We all have a duty of care, so we all want to do the best for the individual, you know. And it'd be quite frustrating at times when, I gave an example earlier on where someone might be unconscious and they now become conscious and then refuse any further treatment or care. And we try to explain to them, look, that you're doing yourself more harm. But once they have capacity and they refuse consent for further treatment, then they have the right to do that. And that can be, for us, it can be quite worrying, because we know, for example, using a naloxone, the half-life of that is between 30 and 90 minutes. And when that wears off, they may revert back to the way they were before we arrived. So there is concern for that. And our lads, our guys and girls, will try to do the best we can for everybody. So that's why we get, you know.
Chris, fine.
I should add, I started working in A&E in St. James's in Rialto in 1983. That's 40 years ago. And we were experiencing that because naloxone had just arrived, basically, and we'd have addicts coming in blue and not breathing. We'd give them an injection, an intravenous injection of the naloxone. They'd wake up, they'd pull out, you reckon me buzz, they'd be very aggressive, and then they'd storm off, and they'd be found dead 20 minutes later because the naloxone worked briefly and then wore off, and the large amount of opium or opioid already in the system then stopped them breathing again. So just to tie in with it, it's a very exhausting. It's very dispiriting when you have that. I mean, the trick we learned way back then, 40 years ago, was to give them an intramuscular depot injection in both thighs. That seemed to help, but the reaction can be very dispiriting, and then they're back in again a few days later.
Of course, we don't particularly want to get the guards involved.
No.
If someone's not consenting and we're worried about their welfare, we find it difficult to leave the scene, and we may decide to call the guards to see if they can persuade the individual to go to hospital, or certainly if they get aggressive, we may have to call the guards anyway. And that kind of criminalises the whole thing more, and we kind of try to avoid doing that. I mean, we're there to help and care for these people, for these, to try and sort them out and get them definitive care and get them back to where they want to be,
You will again get an opportunity to ask questions of Tom, Elaine, Maria and Chris, but for now, Paul, I'll hand you back for the roundtable and we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
And thank you again, Derva, and thanks to our panellists. Just 3 quick takeaways from myself, just before we pass back to yourselves for deliberation at table. I think the first thing I would say, we got some really good insights into the varied experiences of presentations that our workers and care workers deal with in terms of addiction. And the second one, I think, and Dr. Chris Luke was making the point quite strongly, is the whole issue around psychosis and risks. And so as we're having a debate about, and he's expressed a view around criminalisation, decriminalisation, I was particularly struck by his concern regarding violence related to psychosis and third-party violence, as he's described it. And thirdly, the whole issue of trauma and people working in the services. And I think I am going to be keen to make sure we give consideration to the services as part of our deliberations. It is one of the 3 key areas that we need to look at. So just to assure the panellists, that will be in our deliberations as well. So I think over to the tables now for your deliberation. 15 minutes at the table and we'll be back to you. Thank you. We're now back on live stream, and I'm going to pass straight across to Derval to open the Q&A with our panel. Thank you.
What does it say? You are live, please do not swear. That famous catchphrase. You're all very welcome back. I just wanted to give a shout out to my co-hosts Lisa and Sarah, who have been signing the assembly for people who are watching in through live stream. So thanks a million to you both. Let's get started just with your questions. Again, if each table could put their hand up, just let me know, and we'll have a roving mic that goes to it. But I think I had 4, 12 and 13 the last time. I think we've a question here. Is it from table 3? Yep, thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just a question there's an expert panel in play there today. One of the questions that our table had was, what recommendations would you recommend? Would there be policy changes in terms of, from your point of view, in the health and emergency services? Obviously, we've heard from the Gardaí in one of the last sessions. But what policy changes would you implement, and what would you recommend to be done? Because you are the people that are working on the front side of it on a daily basis.
Yeah. Tom?
Well, of course, it was mentioned earlier on there. I think, from our perspective, a better support system for the frontline workers would be fantastic, and particularly for paramedics who arrive at the scene, for those cases that refuse, that we have some sort of a definitive pathway that we can direct people to, whereas at the moment we don't have that. So I think that would be a huge benefit for the people that are attending these scenes.
Yeah, just because people can sometimes fall between the health perspective and the criminal justice pathway, that you feel that you need more support, guidance.
And I see it in different scenarios in the UK where they can refer people to different pathways. They have contacts. They may be able to issue contacts to the individual. They may be able to suggest pathways for them. So I think that would be beneficial for us.
Yeah, Chris, you were just picking up over the break on the impact on frontline workers and how that is actually affecting service provision because people are leaving. I think you even mentioned it as well, Elaine.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most dispiriting experiences of my entire career was when I think a 14-year-old came into one of our emergency departments in Cork. I've spent most of the last 40 years in urban inner city emergency departments, so James's and inner city Liverpool and Cork and Edinburgh. And it seems to me the adolescent psychiatry facilities are woeful in this country. And I started life in an orphanage. My grandparents started life in the Liberties and in flats in Gardiner Street. So I have a particularly personal, passion for this sort of stuff. The most important thing to come out of this morning's discussion, I think, apart from the fabulous eloquence and honesty of the panel before us, and this panel, is the idea that, difficulty makes people difficult. People come from these extraordinarily chaotic homes where there is a want of love and affection and care and nourishment, of every sort of nourishment. It's hardly surprising, and I think, Gabor Mate, the famous trauma-oriented family physician in Canada who looks after the marginalised and the addicted in Vancouver, he talks about the importance of trauma-informed care. The WHO have published lists of what they call adverse childhood experiences. I suspect you've heard about these, ACEs, and I'd love to see the widespread dissemination of ACEs for all people working the front line, so they can say, right, abandoned, at 3, tick, no decent schooling for 4 years, tick.
Poverty.
So in other words, you can, in the same way as we calculate consciousness with the Glasgow Coma Score, we need an ACE Coma Score, so that people appreciate that if you have something like 3 of these ACEs, these 3 bad childhood experiences, wants or neglects or events, your chances of falling into addiction or depression are so much greater than they would be. So that a trauma-informed approach is incredibly important. And the sooner we get stuck into accommodating and minding young people, and the better in terms of prevention. And that's why my number one thing would be to please, can we somehow beef up the childhood and adolescent mental health services?
And obviously, Maria, and we've already heard, as you heard in an earlier session from Garda Síochána, but a lot of what Tom and Chris are talking about in terms of those gaps must be very familiar to you.
Yes, absolutely. Just in relation to the policies, I think our Commissioner Justin Kelly spoke about, the policies, and again, that's a management issue from my point of view. But yeah, just, as Dr. Luke said, that, the services are there maybe just to better them, and, as to say, just listen to the individuals and the needs that they need.
And for you, Elaine?
So I suppose from my point of view, I believe that we need to decriminalise personal use, possession of drugs for professional or for personal use. And there's also the piece for me, and I suppose I just want to make the point, the services that I run and look after and that are within our country for people who are in addiction to come into, it's very, very difficult for people to come in and do those programmes and to get the help and to do that piece of work, because coming out of addiction is really, really difficult. And I suppose if we want to have a health-led approach, if we're serious as a society for a health-led approach to this, we have to have a health-led response. And we have to have the supports and the services and the treatment options available for people, because people like ourselves working in this sector want to help people out of this. People who are in addiction want to get out of addiction. They do not want, this is not a lifelong dream to be in addiction. They want to be out of it. And if we are serious about this, we have to put the services in place for them to be able to do that. We can't ask people to do this mammoth task and not have the support there to do it.
And what about, what's really been interesting is hearing the multidisciplinary thoughts and views. What about the capacity of the services, even if they were there, to speak to each other, that they're not operating in silos by default or just by, because they've got their own priorities. It's the ability of the services to talk to each other.
Yes.
I think the panel earlier were talking about how you're ruled out of one because you don't have the eligibility. So it can be haphazard.
Yeah, and that definitely needs to happen as well. I think, even from Chris's point of view and Tom's and from all our perspectives, there needs to be people who, are services available, who know about addiction and about how the interaction of all those things happen. We know that mental health issues is really linked to addiction. We need those supports. There's a new dual diagnosis programme starting. We need more of those. We need to be able to talk to one another, and all services need to be able to help and direct people into the appropriate care.
Okay, thank you. To table 3. We have another question, I think it must be table 2, and then I'll take one from further down the room. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. One question, and it kind of follows on from what you've just said there. It appears that we seem to have eligibility criteria for access to a lot of the services, and that we seem to put hurdles in the way for access to those needs. For example, you must be clean for X amount of time, or that perhaps access to other services you also need are dependent on you haven't completed other stuff. So the question I suppose we have is, when people reach out for help, why are we putting hurdles in the way?
Chris?
I didn't conclude my punchline about that 15-year-old. He waited 4 days in the emergency department. That was the point I was trying. Sorry, I meant to make that there was no services for them. There are no beds for a lot of teenagers. That was the punch about that, because for want of services. I agree, and I'm very sympathetic to the decriminalisation. I mean, I'm not a policy maker, but I do know that legislation can make a huge difference to us. I mean, many of you will be aware of the head shop legislation that came in urgently when we found ourselves, both in terms of policing and in terms of emergency departments, we were being overwhelmed by a sudden calamitous, explosion of deranged, violent, agitated, delirious, hallucinating teenagers being brought in by ambulance, 4 or 5 every week to all the emergency departments in our cities. And there was urgent legislation enacted in 2010.
Yeah, the Criminal Justice Psychoanalysis Act.
Yeah. And as a result of that, the 110 head shops were mostly closed. There was only about 10 left, and the whole problem with head shop drugs vanished. So that was a sort of proof that it is possible for legislation to actually work on the ground. And people say, oh, you drive it underground. But the point was, head shop drugs were being bought by people online from China, and then they were being sold in Irish towns, pop-up shops. And they just went back online where they happened. So that's just by the by. So I'm all for reducing all these criteria, all these eligibility things. The decrim thing, I really hear that. People whose lives have been wrecked because of the sins of yore. I mean, my heart is broken listening to not Shannon,
Gillian, yeah.
about being accused about a 5-year-old sin or misdemeanor or whatever. I mean, that's heartbreaking. And again, that's where the system lacks any compassion. And we, above all, we have to keep compassion at the front of our thinking.
Can I ask you, Elaine, specifically about eligibility, because you would be dealing with that particularly, when someone has a dual diagnosis, so there's a mental health issue, there's a substance misuse issue, and then they find, as that gentleman says, that the doors keep getting shut because they don't fit into whatever box, and presumably it's because those services have their own requirements. It's not maybe done maliciously.
No, it's absolutely not. And I suppose the short answer maybe to your question is around resources. It's about the services that are available, where they're available. I mean, St. Francis Farm, which is a unit that I've run for many years, lovely, middle of Tullow, lovely setting. But it is far away from medical services, and there has to be a safety aspect to what we're doing, and particularly around dual diagnosis. But I suppose services do scramble a little bit to adjust and to try and allow access into services, but we're so oversubscribed that we just have to be. That's the short answer from my perspective on it. Yeah.
And of course, then, as we heard earlier, that means that people can fall through the gaps once again.
Absolutely.
I want to take another question just in the last couple of minutes. I'm going to go to table 14 because I've been very concentrated in the front of the room there. Table 14, please.
Thank you. Our question is if a person overdoses and emergency services are rang, is the possibility of a criminal charge determined by whatever the ambulance service or the guards arrive first on the scene?
Ooh, I think this is Maria and Tom here. Is the answer it depends?
It just depends. Generally speaking, the number one priority that we will have when somebody overdoses is the priority of life. So everything else is just making sure that the person survives, and we provide obviously the best services that we can. And if it's not the application of CPR initially, or if we need to do it, it's 999 immediately. And we stay on the phone. We relay back all the information that we can give the ambulance person on the phone. And it's not about bringing this person to court or anything like that. It's the preservation of life, and that's our duty of care is there for that purpose. So any overdoses that I would have went to, it's making sure that this person lives and survives, and following up, obviously making sure that they're okay afterwards, ringing the hospital, making contact and keeping contact. And for the guards, we would know all the people that are in drugs around the city centre. We would know them by name, and we do have a relationship with them. It's not all we're out there to arrest them and bring them to court and get charge sheets. It's most certainly not. We do build a relationship with them, and they have a relationship with us as well, and we keep them safe, and that's basically it.
But Tom, what sort of picked up from you earlier is that obviously you're there with an equally, that's your agenda to preserve life, but there are circumstances in which a criminal justice element creeps in because of the violence, the aggression, or because there is a threat to their safety or to yours or to anyone in the vicinity.
And that, of course, is probably unpredictable. As I said earlier on, we will try our best to avoid having to call the guards in. And having said that, we would arrive at an overdose case and the guards may be there ahead of us. And I think we both work and we both have a shared view that we try to do the best for the individual. I find that even with the guards I interact with, that we want to try and reverse what's after happening here and get this person to definitive care. So we do try to avoid the criminality end of it and look at the best interest of the patient, really, is what we're trying to do.
And Chris, but when somebody's in the ER room, whatever, they could be violent, but they're also very, very vulnerable. They could need, a lot of medical help, but then there are all these other issues that are triggered. Like, I mean, how do you and your colleagues deal with that? Like, I mean, is it, you know, is that again what I'd mentioned to Maria earlier? There's the public safety and the welfare. It must be a constant sort of balancing
contest,
of the two.
I mean, there's a constant contest between, you know, the public the well-being of most people in the emergency department and each of the individuals, and you're constantly triaging. You've all heard the word triage. That means you're trying to prioritise the person who's most likely. It's the basis of Tom's work. It's the person who's most likely to succumb. In a competition between the 6 cases, you know, who's going to succumb first? That's triage. So basically, you're deploying as much clinical skill and wisdom as you can. For example, I mean, Tom will know this. Very often, you get somebody brought in handcuffs on a gurney or a trolley. There'll be all these sweaty guys around, trying to, you know, looking very sweaty and exhausted. And sometimes you just bring them into a back room, and you switch the light off, and you ask everybody just to step back, and suddenly the person collapses into a deep sleep because they've been overstimulated. It's a fight or flight thing. Drug violence is basically fight or flight. They may have hallucinations, which are terrifying. Plus they have panic, they have palpitation and chest, all sorts that are causing panic. And sometimes if you just stop the stimulation, turn off the lights and go quiet, they fall asleep. You know, so there's that sort of thing. But ultimately, in a hugely overburdened emergency department, it's very, very difficult. And that ultimately is why we're constantly battling to try and aim for preventive measures, because we're all about prevention, trying to reduce the demand side, because the supply side grows slowly, but the demand side keeps outstripping it, you know.
So I think what I was hearing from Maria, that there's no intention to go out and criminalise somebody for being in that vulnerable position, but there may be, as Tom and others said, circumstances where that intervention might be required. Before we go back again, I have room for one more question. So what about table 5? And if I've left any tables out, I'll catch up after lunch, I promise.
Don't you think that casualties around cannabis are rather because of the lack of education and also because of the product being spiked, aka not balanced between CBD and THC compounds?
Okay, so can I just ask you to say that a little bit slower for me?
Okay, so don't you think that casualties around cannabis are rather because of a lack of education and also because of the product being spiked, aka not being balanced, the CBD and THC compounds within the cannabis?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, so Chris,
I mean, ultimately, there's a lot of mythology around about cannabis, as we all know. There's a lot of mythology and philosophy and what I call theology. People take positions. They believe or they don't believe, regardless of what's said. But what we do know in terms of the pharmacology of cannabis is that the THC is basically the psychoactive agent, which makes people gives them the euphoria and most of the neurological effects. And the CBD that we see so much of around the place is the benign part of the benign molecule within a very complex cannabis family, because there are dozens, sometimes hundreds of different chemicals within, for example, a spliff, or even within a cannabis flower. So I'm not sure about the education. You have to really, I suppose, to be cynical, you'd have to ask the dealers whether they're getting their ratios right. You know, but look, having said that, there are a lot of research is going into this now, and I would certainly be very optimistic that CBD will have a huge role in palliative care and rheumatology and neurology and chronic pain and so on. So I remain optimistic, and what we do need, as always in these scientific meetings, is more research is needed.
Tom, just finally before we close out, isn't though the challenge for you and your colleagues is that you don't know what you're dealing with? You know, you're not stress testing or quality controlling these drugs by virtue of the fact that they're illicit. Is what the real challenge, because you don't know what those properties are?
Absolutely, and we don't really even go into that. We arrive at an overdose, or a person who we assume has taken drugs. We don't know what they've taken. We take the same kind of treatment pathway, same assessment pathway, same treatment pathway, and then it changes depending on what the outcome will be. But you're right, we do play detective a bit as to what's been used. And of course, I said earlier on, there's a polydrug use now. So you may think that this person is overdosed on heroin, or is erratic and irrational because he's taking cocaine. but you really don't know. And even to try and find out what they've taken is quite difficult, you know. So we follow a certain pathway and we kind of stick with it. It varies here and there, but generally it's the same.
Just add one last coda to that. The biggest crisis in Washington and the States is spliffs laced with fentanyl.
Yeah.
And fentanyl
Yeah.
is 50 times stronger than morphine or heroin.
Yeah.
And it's killed 80,000 youngsters this year alone.
Yeah.
And it's the biggest crisis at the moment in the Washington area and in North America. People who do not know what's in that spliff.
It has been fascinating, Tom, Elaine, Maria and Chris, to get that frontline view. Thank you for your questions, and it's been a fascinating morning, so thank you to both the earlier panel and to this, and I'll hand back to you, Paul.
Thank you, and thanks to our panel again. And just in saying thanks to the panel, I would like, on behalf of the Assembly, to thank all of the people who are in these frontline services and their colleagues for the amazing work that they do behind the scenes relentlessly every day of the year on behalf of all of us in society. So, thank you. Okay, just between now and 1 o'clock, which is 9 minutes, your facilitator is going to have a discussion with yourselves at table, and it's simply just to take stock, where are you all at, what are you hearing, etc. And so we let you have your engagement at the table, and I call it bang on 1 o'clock, and we can go to lunch. Thank you. Afternoon session where we have 2 more panel discussions, and this panel discussion and this session overall is to look at some of the family impacts in terms of family members, impacts on other family members with a relative to their loved one who are involved in some substance use. To kick off this part of the session, I'm going to call on Cathy Kelleher from the Health Research Board to share some evidence and information from recent research in terms of impacts on family members, and then it'll be straight across to Derval to introduce the panellists. Thank you, Cathy.
So thank you, Paul, and good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Cathy and I work at the Health Research Board in Dublin here. And today I'm going to share with you some insights from our national data that helps us to understand the profile really of people who come to services seeking supports and treatment in their own right because they have a family member or a loved one who is using drugs in a problematic way. And when it comes to thinking about measures to reduce the harmful impacts of drug use, this group really should not be forgotten. Not only do they play a vital role in addiction treatment and recovery, but they are also deserving of support in their own right. And we in the Health Research Board collect data from drug and alcohol treatment providers and also from family support services that enable us to do these analyses. And in this country, we have one of the only data sets of this kind, actually, and the Health Research Board has been collecting this data since 2010, and I'm going to share with you today some of what we have learned. So, when we think about the harms of drug use, sometimes we think firstly about the people who are using the substances, and often forgotten are the family members, friends and colleagues who may also be impacted and may also be experiencing harms. And we refer to this group as affected family members. And these are really partners, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, grandparents, children, friends, and even colleagues. Now, it's estimated that worldwide there are approximately 100 million affected family members. But of course, that is a statistic, that's a number, and behind that number are real people and real lives. These are people whose lives have been impacted because somebody who is close to them is using drugs in a problematic way. Now, affected family members are a largely hidden population, and those who come into contact with services are in the minority, but maybe among those who are experiencing the worst harms. So how are family members affected? I'm going to just highlight 3 key points from the international literature for you. And the first point I'm going to make is that affected family members experience considerable stress and strain in association with the problem drug use of their significant other, the person that's close to them. And often they care for and support their loved one without recognition or reward, and often at great personal cost. The second point I'm going to make then is that, I suppose, having somebody close to you that's using drugs in a problematic way can be very, very stressful. And this can result in physical and psychological health issues for the person, and also issues in terms of relationships in the family and also family functioning. Now, the literature also tells us that high-quality social support in the form of emotional supports, practical help and advice received either formally through services and through friends can help people to cope and also can reduce the negative impacts on health and functioning. And thirdly then, affected family members, they value good quality social support, but sometimes it's lacking. And sometimes there can be barriers for them in trying to seek and access help. And these can include things like stigma, shame, fear, threats, coercive control, and even loyalty to the loved one and to the family unit as well. So overall, information and data around numbers affected and their treatment needs are quite scarce, but we have been collecting data in the Health Research Board, as I said, and we have data from 2010 to 2020 that I'm going to describe for you today. Now, we started collecting that data because the services asked us to do that, because they saw the level of need that was coming into them and they wanted it documented. They wanted to be able to quantify the magnitude of the problem. So that's when we started collecting data. And it's important to say, I suppose, before I start putting up figures up here, that behind these figures are people, are the children and adults who have come to services seeking support and treatment because they're trying to cope, because they have a loved one who is experiencing problem substance use. It's also important for me to say at this stage that returning data on affected family members to us has been optional for services. So we do know that the true level of need and demand is even greater. So between 2010 and 2020, the Health Research Board recorded 13,744 referrals from children and adults who were seeking support and help from treatment services as affected family members. And this is one of the largest analyses of data on affected family members that has been conducted worldwide to date. So I'll share with you now what we've learned about the profile of the children and adults seeking help. So in our data were 815 referrals for children who are seeking help. So in other words, 1 in 20 of the referrals or thereabouts were for a child who was seeking help. And half of these children were aged under 15 years. We also had referrals for around 12,000 adults, and half of these adults were aged under 46 years. With regard to the gender of referrals, well, most of the referrals were for females. In fact, 3 in every 4 of the referrals were for females, so 3/4. We also found that females were in the majority across all of the age categories, and females aged 35 to 54 accounted for 50% of the female referrals. Now, who are they living with, and what can these data also tell us about who else might be impacted? And I'm just going to bring all these up here at once, because I just want to highlight what's really significant about this, and I'm going to make a couple of points. And the first one is that, as you can probably see here, most of the people who sought treatment and support from services were actually living with other people at the time. So 9 out of 10 were living with other people. And what this suggests, or might suggest, is that there are other people then potentially also impacted by the harms of drug use. The second point also then is just to say that 3 out of 5 of the adult referrals were living with children when they sought help as well. And that's another important point to note. And also, although we can't tell it from our data, it is possible that, given that 9 out of 10 were living with other people when they sought help, that they may be also experiencing problem substance use and associated problems within their homes. But our data doesn't allow us to actually tell that right now, but it would be an interesting insight to have. The final point I'm going to make on this slide is just, as you can see, that 10% were living alone. And these are people, while not living with the family member or friend or colleague who has the problem substance use issue, they are impacted nonetheless. Next, with regard to employment status, so 50% of the referrals for adults were in employment, and probably unsurprisingly for the children, the majority were in education. And I suppose what this is telling us, the significance here, is that these are people who are trying to hold down a job and progress their career, and children who are trying to learn and grow and develop, while also having to seek treatment and support because they're experiencing some kind of harms related to drug use within their homes or their families. Now, who refers family members to services? So I'm just going to highlight the point that for adults, it's mainly self-referral. So 6 out of 10 were people who sought treatment themselves. And for the children were mostly referred through family and friends. So as you can see there, 2 out of 10 were referred through family and friends, and fewer than 1 in 5 were referred through schools or colleges. What kind of treatment was provided then? Well, I suppose people will come to services with a range of support needs, from information and advice through signposting, onward referral, right through to the more intensive treatments like counselling. And really, the kinds of supports and treatment that people will need will really depend on their own individual circumstances. Now, what I have on the slide here are some of the more intensive treatments that we saw in our data that were provided to affected family members. And the two most common that were there were individual counselling and brief intervention. And that was for both the children and the adults who sought treatment. And a brief intervention you could probably think about as like a structured conversation with a purposeful conversation around the presenting issues and the possible areas for change. Okay, so in summary then, as I said, the Health Research Board recorded almost 14,000 referrals for affected family members. But as I said in the beginning, behind these numbers are real people, people whose lives are impacted by drug use among their significant others. And that should be borne in mind. And then just to say that our findings are consistent with the international research. 3 and 4 were for females, and these were mainly aged 35 to 54 years. 1 in 20 of the referrals were for children, and half of these were aged under 15 years. And most of the referrals were living with other people when they sought treatment, and the adults, 3 and 5, were living with children. And just to say that obviously children are known as a special subgroup within affected family members because they don't have the same coping resources as adults, and because of their developmental stages, they are more vulnerable to the harmful effects of drug use within their homes and their families, and also associated problems like mental health or domestic violence. In conclusion then, so I presented to you today data from the only national data set on affected family members, and this has highlighted 2 things for us, so given us 2 real insights. First of all, that there is quite a demand for treatment out there for affected family members, and secondly, it's given us insight into who is seeking treatment. Now, it's also important to note that it is difficult to assess the extent of hidden harm. The true level of need and demand for treatment is likely much greater, and this is because returning data to us was optional for participating services, and we know that affected family members will be receiving help elsewhere, or indeed not at all. And finally then, just to say, our data show that routine monitoring is a valuable source of evidence in relation to affected family members and the hidden harm associated with drug use. And the insights that we have shared with you today can be used by policymakers and health service planners in the design and delivery of services for affected families and indeed for their loved ones as well. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for listening. I'll be answering questions later, and wish you the very best of luck in your task ahead.
The individual family members, you may find this session challenging as well. I've had the honour of speaking to all of the family members, and whilst we can't quantify the hidden harms, we're very, very fortunate that 5 family members have been affected by their loved ones' drug use, including losing, so in some cases that their loved ones have very courageously come to share their stories with us. Once again, I think we should acknowledge their courage in doing so, and just to reassure you all again that you are the author and editors of your own story, and wherever you feel comfortable with sharing, we appreciate that. Where to begin? Aileen Malone. Many young people, as you heard earlier, they experiment with drugs that might start out as recreational. The vast majority perhaps don't go on to develop a problematic or dependent use. We don't know really perhaps what's behind that roulette, but your family have experienced the hardest of yards. Can you maybe share your story with us?
Yeah, sure. My name's Aileen. My daughter Dara died 6 years ago. And yeah, she started out recreational drug using, and that was like when she was in her early 20s. She was in a good job, she was working in IT, she had a good steady boyfriend, nice life, and she just coming down, we went to raves, and then coming down on the Sunday night in order to be able to function at work the next week. They used to smoke heroin. Now there was a whole gang of them did it, and she was the only one that developed problems with it. And then very sadly, she kind of quickly spiraled into dependency and died then a few years later. So it would have been about 12 years, I'd say, 12 years after we first became aware of her problem.
And, you know, sometimes we think of, certainly certain communities are disproportionately affected by drug use, but this wasn't, you know, it wasn't an inner city area. You know, your family were doing quite well in life, and then suddenly, I know there's no textbook for any family, but suddenly you're confronted with this. What was the impact of that spiral that you described on the family unit and on your family life?
Ooh, loads of impacts, loads and loads. My husband and myself, Terry, of course, like we got caught up in kind of, when you have somebody who's using substances in your family, there's always crises. When there's problematic use, I have to say, and it's only about 10% of people who use substances develop problematic use. But you become caught up in all the different crises that happen, and in trying to rescue, and in going, well, okay, we'll sort this thing out, and surely this will sort it out forever. But there's always, it's unrelenting. Now, Dara's death as well too affected her younger sister really badly. She already had started kind of using drugs, but then she developed a severe dependency on heroin as well too, and benzos as well herself. So
you have two daughters.
That was the impact. Yeah, well, I have 3 daughters, but those 2, Dara and the other girl, and we'll call her Amy. It's not her real name, but we'll call her that because I like to have a name for her. And yeah, so I've lived with this people with drug dependencies for about 20 years now. I'm going to tell you, it's exhausting, absolutely exhausting, and it affects the family on so many levels. It's emotionally, physically, financially, and socially. And it takes so much, it took so much out of us. And then because Terry and myself Terry was my husband, kind of focusing our energies on our 2 girls and on trying to get them into treatment, or trying to sort out, or just being there for them. The rest of the family, the other 2 family members, were kind of neglected. You know, we didn't have as much time for them. And that's tragic because they needed us as much as Dara and Amy did. And then our own relationships, our own friendships, and that, they kind of fell away as well too, because we became obsessed with our 2 daughters, and that's all we could think about, all we could talk about. They became our whole life. And then, like, if you're going out with people, you're forever cancelling on them because something has happened, or that's all you can think or talk about.
Gary, you're a close family member who had, and we discussed it quite a bit earlier today, a dual diagnosis, so struggling with drugs but also with a mental health issue. And as I understand, that person's doing okay now, but can you maybe talk us through the impact on your family life and your personal life of dealing with that particular challenge, I suppose, of the dual diagnosis?
I wasn't going to mention this person at all. He's my son. He's his late 20s now, and during his teenage years, maybe early teenage years, he started experimenting with weed, which progressed onto other substances. And unfortunately, he was one of the 10% of people who develops a dependency on it, and either because of his drug use or because of his genetics, he started to develop mental health issues as well. And the 2 of them combined with each other, and they spiraled downwards out of control. And from being a highly intelligent, sporting, talented musical person, he became withdrawn. He lost interest in life. He frequently got into trouble. Ended up hospitalized on several occasions. And the whole effect of this on and I'm just speaking for myself because his mother and I are separated, but the effect on me was that I also spiraled downwards, out of control. I had very little control over what happened in my own household. It all revolved around caring for him, looking out for him, making sure that he was okay, even though I know behind it all he always wanted to be okay, but the things he did left him in a place where he was often not okay. He put himself in harm's way so many times, so many dangerous situations. The fact that he knew he was harming himself, he knew the damage, but he still, because of the dependency, it still went on. And I had to witness that. My other family members had to witness that. His mother's family members had to witness that as well. Neighbours had to witness that. Social services had to witness it. The legal system had to witness it. But it still went on. And it absorbed almost all of my life for 9, 10, 11, 12 years before he managed to break free of the cycle of dependency. And I have to say that traumatic and as it was for me, at the end of the day, if it had not been for the support of the Family Addiction Support Network, I would not be a sane person today. I would not be a whole person again. It really destroyed me, and family support allowed me to rebuild myself, not immediately. I know some people come into family support and it seems to work straight away, or in a short time. For me, a long time. I was in family support, I'm told, for maybe the best part of half a year before I'd even open my mouth and speak about what was going on. Because for me, and for most parents, your focus is on helping the child, because that's what parents do. That's our genetics. We look after our children. And so they become the focus. We forget about ourselves, our own needs, our own identities, our own security, our own health is sidelined, and we are neglected. We neglect ourselves to such a point that life becomes impossible.
Beside you, just on that family support, and thank you for sharing that, Gary, beside you is somebody who works as a leading light in Family Support Network in Blanchardstown. It's Maureen Penrose, but a lot of your experience and your ability to help people is born out of your own very, very difficult experience. One of the phrases we have learned about is kinship caring. So it's the grandparents, it's everyone else who has to come and step in. For, I think, was it a period of 15 or 20 years, you were a kinship carer for several of your grandchildren, on and off?
On and off, yeah. Jesus, 15 years altogether, it'd kill me.
Tell us a wee bit about your story, Maureen.
I suppose I've 4 kids myself, and my oldest went on to develop an addiction to heroin. And well, she was very resourceful and whatever, and she was able to manage fairly well. I don't ask how, but eventually, things caught up, and she did have to go into rehabilitation services. And so there were 3 children by then, and they had to be minded. So there was the choice of foster care or kinship care. And kinship care, in my opinion, is always the best if you can get the children settled with family that they know already, rather than removing them from their home and family and putting them with strangers, although that's often necessary also. So that's what we call kinship care, where the children are taken by a family member and cared for that way. And so it would have been first time maybe 6 months, because rehabilitation residential is usually about 6 months or thereabouts. So I would have had them first time for 6 months. First time the youngest child was 3 months old. She was only born. And I was saying to Derval, there was times I'd look at her and she just used to just smile at everybody, and I wondered sometimes, did she know who she was, because she hadn't really had time to settle. The children were deeply in love with her mother, as children are, and so we're upset to be moved from her environment and not to be able to see her except maybe once a week on a visit to a rehabilitation centre, to a room where there'd be a few tiles.
And even on that, Maureen, you know, obviously it's probably not enough, but foster carers get a certain amount of money. But for kinship carers, if you're getting that taxi to rehab or, you know, trying to get money for back to school allowances, you don't get that.
No, if you're related to the kids, you don't get on. You know, so if I foster a child belong to one of you, I'll get probably 300 a week. I think that's what I was told. I don't know how much it is. Maybe there's a social worker present. But if I'm the grandmother and I'm taking the 3 kids, I don't get anything at all. I don't know why that is or what the policy is. I'd like to read it sometime. And that's the same story for any family that are taking in their grandchildren. They don't get financial assistance. And so you're talking generally about people on pensions, you know, who are taking in children, and all the children's stuff is kind of left behind, so there's more stuff to be bought, there's school to be done. The children are upset. You're trying to distract them, entertain them, look after them, make them cosy. So it is a little bit of an expense, and grandparents do it willingly, but it would be nice to have the support of the social services for I was lucky I was working and I did have childcare and transport expenses, but you know, we managed. Yeah, you kind of have to.
And the impact, I think even you were telling me that little 3-month-old, the impact of subsequently having to go back into kinship care, that young one developed.
They went back to their mother, and a couple of years later I had her again. It's the nature of addiction that you can fall back in, and often do. So she was 4 when I got her again, and she had to start school with her mother living with her. And when she went to school, she stopped talking every morning as she got near the school, and she didn't speak again until she came home. And it was called elective mutism, but it was her own powerful protest about where life was at, you know. So a 4-year-old protesting by failing to speak is a very powerful protest. You don't get emotional supports for the children either. You don't really get an awful lot of supports for the children. Maybe if you were a stranger, foster carer, you might, I don't know, but in my experience, we didn't get any of that.
Anne-Marie, we've heard so much this morning about how addiction can take everything away, and I can see that this is difficult for you, but...
No, yes, I'm just listening to the stories here, and I'll just give you a little bit about myself. I come from the traveller community, and I too had to deal with addiction issues myself many years back now. And the struggles for me as a traveller woman in my own community, and the shame it brought on me and the kids was a lot to deal with. And then to have to come in and have the stigma from the outside. So I had double stigma. And my kids too was taken from me for being on drugs, and I had a long journey to get them back. And the struggles I faced with discrimination and in my own community was hard to bear at times. And I too also had to be taken away from the kids be taken away from me, if I'm to be honest. And from the moment I picked up a drug until, you know, it just spiraled before I knew it. My family was affected. Like, I'm the oldest of 7. I'm the oldest daughter of the family.
How were you affected, Anne-Marie?
Well, my sisters, I was the oldest, and I was brought up to always be, you know, the carer in the home, and the one to look up to. And the relationships between my family, my mother, father, you know, the shame on them, they didn't know how to deal with it. They didn't have any knowledge of how to deal with it, you know. My sister stopped talking to me. My mom didn't know how to deal with me, you know. Most times they see me, I was affected. I'd walk on the streets and they'd walk past me, drive past me, as if, because they just didn't understand how to deal with an addict. My mother's mental health was at her, and she suffered for many years after. I think it was the worry of knowing when I was going to be back, where I was. Am I going to be alive tomorrow? Or waiting on that phone call? Is she gone, you know. And looking back now, my kids were going to school and they were dealing with the stigma of, look, as far as I knew back then, I was the first travelling woman to be ever known to be on heavy drugs. And when I landed in my community, I was the only one that I knew. And I was just, you know, from the outside, from the inside I was
It was like a double oppression.
and then from the outside I was.
Yeah.
So I was stuck in the both. If anybody, my family and my kids suffered the most, you know. And I know I'm one of the lucky ones to sit in this chair and say, look, I came through all them struggles. I went to prison a couple of times, you know. And the last sentence I done, I didn't have any kids. I didn't have any family. I didn't have nothing. You know, I was just, everything was gone. And I didn't know how to deal with what I was dealing with, and so my family didn't know. I said all they could do. So from that moment on, look, I'm sitting here clean. I have my family back in my life. It took a lot of work, but there was a lot of challenges for a travelling woman, to be honest.
Both
for any
inside,
woman.
but both inside and
But
outside.
inside and outside,
Yeah.
you can imagine.
You mentioned prison there, and Katrina, I wanted to talk to you about the impact of prison, because when a person who uses drugs ends up in prison, that's a particular trauma, but their families are also serving a sentence as well. And when one of your loved ones went to prison, I suppose it was a situation you never thought you'd ever see. And I know that you've prepared a little bit of your story that you're going to share with us. So would you?
I felt when I was asked that question, I've never actually thought about it. I just, like everybody else on the panel, our lives has taken over and we just go along, we drift along, be it work or be it family life. So I thought about it and I've written it down, and I think it's easier for you to understand my journey by this. It's just a small synopsis of it. So to have a family member in prison takes you on a journey which you never in your wildest dreams thought you would travel. It caused great stress and shame, and also caused unjustified judgments on my family. Whilst it brought my family unit closer in one sense, by family I mean grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, the greater Irish family unit as we know it. It brought a realisation that prison wasn't always the answer to this problem. It was just the start of another journey of trying to reclaim our son due to the lack of supports and follow-through once out of prison. In prison, he was clean and sober. Once back in the community, he was left with no supports. The journey began again, and prison and addiction robbed my family of dreams and aspirations. It caused shame and stigmatised our family unit. Like any loss in life, be it death or even the death of a pet, the same process of grief takes place until you get to the acceptance stage. In this case, separating the person from the addiction and prison and continue to love them unconditionally. In relation to the prison system itself, I advocate on behalf of family members in our organisation, that being Family Support Network. I am a member of the South East Family Support Network, and we are asking for it to be reinstated, the contact details of the chaplain services within the prison system. Families are trying to get in contact for up to 3 to 5 days to book a visit. In the past, we had the details of chaplain on all prison websites. Whilst we are totally aware of GDPR policy and updated Assistant Decision-Making Acts, we are also parents who just want to maintain contact to reassure us that they are okay. This causes and creates anxiety and stress for both prisoners and family members. This visit or call can be the first step in healing of relationships within the family unit. From my own experience, my family member who has been in prison has expressed that whilst in prison, he had a structure and was given his medication once assessed within the prison system. However, that did not follow him through once released, and this created a gap and an opportunity to relapse and reoffend, often creating further chaos and addiction burdens on family and community at all. On speaking with his siblings, they expressed that they were lost from the beginning to the end in relation to entering the waiting area, to clothing which was more appropriate to wear. Whilst we realise it is prison, the need for a step-to-step guide is prevalent to a successful visit. My children also expressed that it was a daunting and scaring and a hard place to be. Family members have expressed the anxiety of when they get to prison and the visit has been cancelled, having travelled up to 2 to 3 hours to get there with no explanation. That's just a small synopsis of my journey.
Thank you for sharing it. What struck me just about it, actually speaking to all of you and hearing you, is that in a sense, family members become addicted to the addict because they are caught up in the addiction. Aileen, what you very powerfully described as that, that everything is directed towards the focus on that person, the crisis, and it has such collateral damage, I suppose, on the rest of the family unit.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like, I'd agree with your term of becoming addicted to the addict.
Well, you're constantly looking after their needs.
Yes, though I do know that it is a term that is used. I think it's a natural, excuse me, a natural reaction to seeing your child in danger, where that you're constantly trying your very best to bring them out of that danger. Yeah, like the impacts on the family are huge. I'm just really interested listening to everybody else. We've continuing experience with dual diagnosis because my daughter, Amy, who's on a methadone program now, she also has a pre-existing mental illness, and it's caused huge problems, like really enormous problems, in getting her onto methadone treatment and in getting her other treatment. Kinship care, yeah, we kinship cared our grandson for 10 years continuously. There is a small payment, the guardian's payment, but it's extremely difficult to get, and barriers seem to be put in the way. Kinship Care Ireland are well on top of all that, so if anybody wanted to know more about that, contact them. Your story, Anne-Marie, is just so heartbreaking.
And can I ask you, maybe Gary and Anne-Marie, we heard so powerfully this morning from those who have used drugs and have been caught up in an addiction cycle, talking about the shame and the stigma that attaches to them. But Gary, that shame and stigma follows the families. I mean, did you feel excluded from your peer group? Did you feel you'd failed in any way as a parent? Like, what was going on for you when you were trying to help your son?
Oh, I definitely felt I'd failed as a parent. I know you can feel that anyway whenever you have a child, but I definitely failed. I think I definitely failed. That's how I felt, and I realise now I didn't fail, because just like you don't get a manual when you have a baby. You don't get one for the teenage years to say, watch out for this, don't let them do that, blah, 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 blah. And even if you did, they're still going to go ahead and do it anyway in a lot of circumstances. So, yeah, it was a huge learning experience for me that I didn't find very positive. I came to regard myself in a very negative light.
What did you need at that time when you were going through it?
What I needed at that time was help, compassion. What I needed was support from people who had been through the same thing, people who understood what was happening to me, people who would be non-judgmental, people who, no matter what they thought, had the good sense to keep it to themselves. I needed backup, I needed support, and it wasn't always there. It was, in certain situations, it was difficult to find it in the HSE at that time. There were certain members of medical staff who had no sympathy at all, who would have been of the attitude, sure, just feck him out the door, If you're putting up with it, get rid of him. You know, that would have been not an infrequent thing I heard. But also there were people, and there are the vast majority of people who work in the HSE are compassionate and caring people. And within the structures of the HSE, they did the best that they could to support. But it wasn't always enough.
Maureen, both in your professional life working in family support, but also having that direct experience in your own family life, did you come up against that shame and stigma because of the impact that your daughter's journey had on you?
Yeah, initially I did, and I suppose you'd always have like that granny, you don't want her to know what happened, what's going on, or the sister who's going to say to you, well, feck her out, you know, don't be putting up with her, and you'll get advice of that kind, and they mean well. You know, so you do, and like when you've got the kids living in your house and your neighbours are saying, are the kids staying with you? You say, yeah, she's not well, or, you know, so you do try to cover up. But a beautiful thing happened. People started to come out of their houses and meet up and help each other. And this is what you're talking about, family support. And they set up groups, not with agencies around, just ordinary people set up groups, and they'd come and meet each other once a week and they'd talk about what was going on. And it was wonderful. And then we ended up having a national framework for all these family support groups. And that closed down about 2 years ago. But at the time, it gave us a voice. It gave families a voice around the production of drug policies and stuff like that, the strategies about dealing with drugs. And that was wonderful. And we'd really like to have that back again. But the support, as you say, of people who know what you're going through and know, it just makes up for everything, and it brings you to a situation where you're not afraid to talk about it anymore. You talk about it because you want to break stigma. Mm. You know, talk about it. Yeah, okay, so what? You know, get rid of the stigma. Let's not hide it anymore, and let's not be ashamed.
And all of you are contributing hugely to that today. Can I ask you, Anne-Marie, what do you think your family needed, you know, your siblings or, you know, your immediate family, but also, you know, your own children? What, because they're going through their own journey, they're perhaps suffering vicarious trauma, everything that we've heard earlier. What do you think supports that they need?
I think my family felt kind of like isolated in a sense of understanding, and I think family support is a great thing, but my family didn't have that. I think the kids felt left out and struggled because they hadn't got a voice. There were so many adults making the decisions, and their mum was taken out of their lives, and they had no clue. So neither the kids or my family had any supports. And I think for me, doing what I'm doing now to try to break the silence of it in our community, just support even from our own community, even peer support work, as someone that has been through it, that can sit down, and my family didn't have that, and I think that's where
Katrina, you know, obviously a lot of the individuals and people who've gone to prison will talk about how, for them, how dehumanising that was, whether it was a strip search or just, you know, feeling that they lost part of their humanity. Do the families experience that sense of disrespect or the stigma and shame, either from officialdom or even in their own communities? Did you find people pulling away from you when you had to put all your resources into helping your family?
Well, to be fair, you know, I have a very good family support network within my own family unit and outside, and I have created a life for myself where I didn't allow for my son's addiction and his behaviour to strip me of everything. So I created that for myself. But my own family unit, you know, we have to be very clear what we need in all of this, and that's whole family recovery. And that's exactly what we aimed for. And when I was on, well, I'm still on this journey, but we'll never be off this journey, because with addiction, the relapse, everybody relapses. Let's be realistic in the room. Nobody, unless they're phenomenal.
It's not a straight line.
It's not a straight line, without a doubt. But sorry, lost my train of thought. What
You
did I say?
I was just sort of interested just in the impact on your own family. Look, I mean, look at your other children. Did it impact
absolutely,
their upbringing or their?
Yeah.
Because as you
Well,
say,
the youngest child in particular, because I would be organising visits, and I would be, I would try to keep his soccer, his schedule, to try fit in a visit around that schedule. But again, it's like the other panel said, whilst you just become consumed with this one person, they take over your life because you want to make sure that they have everything that they need in prison. I did feel that when I went to prison to visit him, that we were all tarred with one brush. So especially as you went into the waiting room, and this is a lived experience, where the only thing I could help my son with was his clothes, because I could wash them and iron them and have them respectfully handed over to them. But the people that greeted us, and no disrespect to prison officers if they're in the audience, I'm not sure, but not everybody had compassion. Not everybody that you met face to face felt that you were a human being. You were here because your son brought you there. Somewhere you never in all my life, starting off, regardless of what career you have or what you want for yourself, I never thought I would walk in through a prison door ever in my life. Now I'm glad I did that now, because I've met some wonderful people on this journey, and my support with Breda Fell down there and Rena with South East Family Support Group, they have me able to sit up here today and speak my life's journey.
Because as Gary says, there is no guidebook, there is no
textbook.
There is no guidebook. Aileen, what do families need? Like, I mean, if, you were to appeal to the Assembly members in terms of their recommendations, what is it that you need? Because it can be, in some aspects, a public journey, but as we've heard from Kathy, these families are almost forgotten. A lot of their grief and their trauma is hidden.
Well, we found that our most difficult struggle was in accessing treatment.
Services.
And treatment services. And I think whatever is good for the problematic for the drug user ends up being good for the family as well too, because if a drug user is treated properly, receives the help and the support and the services they need, that takes an enormous strain off the family. I mean, for example, like in trying to get Amy methadone treatment last year, she was 11 months asking for that treatment, but because she was dual diagnosis, they insisted that she go to the National Treatment Centre in Pearse Street, where she didn't want to do because there were people there that she was scared of. And she has an extremely good reason for being scared of them. Mm-hmm. So she wanted to go to a different clinic. 5 clinics refused her time and time and time again. And it was only with the support
was it on reasons of eligibility or?
Because she was dual diagnosis. So that because of her pre-existing mental illness, they said, no, we can't treat you. Now, they'd say it very nicely, but the end result was still the same, that she was turned away from a point of service where they should have been opening their arms and saying, come on in, we'll do what we can for you. They weren't. They were pushing her away. I ended up paying for her methadone, buying her methadone off the street so that she could access methadone. Like, that is ridiculous. Anyway, she's on a methadone program now, and that's only because of the advocacy of Ishka, and because I wrote loads of letters as well to certain people.
Anne-Marie, every family is fighting for their loved one. Their advocacy is so important, but sometimes you just don't have the capacity or the resources, whether it's emotional, financial, or maybe just the contacts and the resources. What do you want the Assembly members to take away today? What would you?
I'd like them to take away that, look, I walked into recovery 12 years ago, and I've had a lot of slips since then for the lack of support. I have very rarely come across a traveller, and I am in and out of every service. I work in services, And I have very rarely come across another travelling woman. And if I've come across travelling men, they're very few and far between. I have sons myself in addiction, and I have family members that has passed away recently from addiction. And I don't know how to pass what I have to them. And all I'm trying to do is build a bridge so we as a community can grow and families can help that don't understand what it is to have an addict in the family. For that, I just want them to know that.
Maureen, the lack of understanding sometimes, perhaps it's what feeds into our compassion, our lack of compassion and our prejudice, but the lack of understanding of the journey that someone in addiction goes on, but also that their family go on with them.
Yeah, I suppose I'd liken it to living in fear constantly, walking on eggshells, afraid to do the wrong thing. When your child who's in addiction is not with you, you're afraid they're dead somewhere. When they are with you, if they're in a room on their own, you're afraid they're dead somewhere. You're just constantly alarmed. So in a constant state of emergency, I suppose. You're afraid of saying the wrong thing in case they run out and take drugs. You're just totally controlled by the emotion of that, the fear. It's fear, basic fear. And everything is guided towards they have to get better, because if they don't get better, you can't, do you know? I had a child stand in front of me, teenager. You have to be on fucking heroin in this house if you want to get any notice, and that was kind of the way it was, you know. She stomped her feet at me, and you know, because your focus is totally on saving the one child that's in danger. This is the thing. So yeah, it's an emotional roller coaster.
And Gary, I think you were just shaking your head there, I think in agreement, just that sense of the fear as a parent, that constant sort of fear for their safety, for their welfare, and it's impossible for it not to have an impact on others.
Exactly. It's like being a soldier in a war, that you're constantly on guard, you're constantly on sentry, you're constantly watching out for the enemy. As Maureen said, the enemy is the fact that you just don't know what the other person is up to, what they're going to do. And at the same time, you're aware of the huge potential for the ultimate self-harm, either by design or by accident, or that they would get themselves into a fight, well, blah, 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 and they end up harmed for life.
Katrina, there seems to be, like we've heard throughout today, a very, very strong appeal for services, and that, you know, really illustrating the lack of services. And we even heard it from our frontline workers themselves, you know, speaking to that. But I also sense from you and from the family members as well, it's just that societal thing, that when Gary was saying that all he wanted was maybe a shoulder to cry over, someone to listen, that societal sort of compassion and understanding that just life doesn't work out as you think for...
No, that's 100% true. But I suppose there's change in culture, isn't it, as well? You know, there's every organisation, regardless if it's prison services or the Gardaí or HSE, there's a culture within these services that lacks compassion for both the service user and for the family members, and a lack of understanding of where we are and who we are. And I suppose really the only way forward is for everybody to be collectively working together, as opposed to having all total different organisations, all having their own agenda, instead of bringing people together and including us, families, in it, because we're always left out at the side. And it's very important that we're brought into the room, because we're the ones that can lead. We can, you know, lead situations because we've lived it. We've lived it. You know, we know more about services. We know more about what's happening outside, you know, on the street, than anybody else here knows, because we're part of it. Yeah. We're part of it.
And Eileen, just on that, the importance of listening, both, you know, to the service users, you know, just because they may be struggling doesn't mean that they don't have something valuable to say, and also the families how do you incorporate, how are we going to incorporate that into whether it's influencing policy or practice?
How do we incorporate the voices?
Those voices. You know, we've heard just throughout today just about, you know, the importance of those voices being heard. It's almost been like a theme all day today about when we fail to listen to those voices.
Because I think for many years we've, as families certainly, we've always felt that we have our own self-blame, but also that other people have blamed us. And I know that problematic drug users often feel that they are ignored and they're not listened to. Now, I don't know, we just listen, but the system.
And yet when they speak, as we heard this morning, they have such a powerful voice.
Absolutely.
So much to tell us.
Yeah, but I think, I have to say personally, I've found individual people within the services extremely compassionate and willing to help. However, it's the systems that they're working within, the processes and procedures that they're obliged to follow. I think we need to change those. We need to listen. We need to have the right voices at the table. And we need to be approaching the advocacy. Well, not me, but the people in charge need to be approaching the advocacy groups and listening to them.
I think that...
because the knowledge is there. The knowledge is there. It's out there.
I think that what's been just so incredibly powerful and moving is the love and devotion you have to all of your family members. I know just condolences for everything you've lost, for those lost opportunities, but I think it's been a privilege to listen to, and I think you've really, really honoured those that are here and those who are not here today. So on behalf of the Assembly, thank you so, so much.
Thank you, Derek.
And just to say that... Just to say that as with the previous panels, you will be able to direct questions towards everyone on stage here after your round table. But for me, thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Just as you are going into round tables, just a few comments or responses myself before you kick into an engagement. Firstly, as Daryl said, you know, there's no greater public service than what these people have done today, to share their stories, to open their stories, to share their experiences with us, to make a difference in society, to make a difference. And there were certainly very consistent messages that I heard coming through. Darryl has just touched on some of them, but the whole issue around services, accessibility and compassion came through this morning. It's certainly come through in spades here today as well. I think the whole issue around the policy issues, there are some policy issues that can be fixed and just give some support to some people. And I think that's one that we just need to think strongly about in our deliberations. But again, restated the whole issue around stigmatisation, marginalisation of people, and indeed, in the case we heard here, not just of communities, but of actual families being stigmatised, and the trauma that's caused, the criminalisation, and the trauma that's caused in the family. So I, for one, certainly found it very impactful and very emotional, and thanks again to all of you for sharing your experiences. So I'm going to leave across to the panels again for the next 15 minutes. I know there's a big frustration, just to say in advance, that the next Q&A, frustration for so many questions people want to ask at all tables. I reassure you, Derval's doing our best to get across as many tables as we can, but we're doing our best, and we'll get across as many tables as possible. Thank you. For the call. Oh, Derval.
Okay, that's great. Everyone, thanks a million. So if you're at table 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or 15, I haven't heard from you yet. So what I was going to suggest is maybe taking 2 or 3 questions at a time, and then I'll maybe direct them, because I want to get as much of your questions to the panellists. So we'll start off, and might even just maybe take 2 tables. Do we have anyone from those tables perhaps that we haven't heard from who might have a question for it? So I've got table 1 and table 9. Okay, so we'll take the questions together, and then I'll direct it to the panel. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry, I don't know which of the speakers mentioned the issue with availing of services, and because the person who wanted to avail of service was like seen as
that
someone
would be Aileen and Gary, the dual diagnosis?
Yeah, the dual diagnosis.
Perfect. Excellent.
So did you get the sense that that was across all service providers, that they were reluctant to take on someone who had that dual diagnosis? Or was it like a higher level?
Okay, before we take that, thank you very, very much. I'm going to go to table 9 and pick your question, and then I'll direct the question back. So table 9, can we have your question?
This is just a question for Maureen. You mentioned the closure of the National Framework for Family Groups, and we were just wondering why it was closed or what that was initially.
Okay, thank you. So just to go then, Aileen and Gary, the challenges of a dual diagnosis, do you feel that lack of access to services is specific to people who have that dual diagnosis, or do you think it's just more generally across the board? Aileen, I'll start with you.
Okay, it is generally across the board. It is difficult to access services. Generally, there's a really long wait in some places to get into methadone treatment. However, dual diagnosis is even harder again, because only the policy is that only a service that has, as I understand it now, I don't know the policy very well, has a psychiatrist will take on a dual diagnosis patient. So that means even though most services do have like a mental health nurse or a visiting psychiatrist who might visit every so often, they wouldn't take her. So they insisted that you go to the National Treatment Service in Pearse Street, which has got psychiatrists working there full time. The thing is though, and from experience, she went there before, she went there years before. Like really all they do, although there's meant to be counselling and other services there, really it just seemed to be doling out methadone and not much else was happening. She certainly wasn't treated for her mental illness there. And now the problem is, because she's on a methadone program, she cannot access psychiatric services. So that she has not received psychiatric care for at least 6 years now, which is absolutely ridiculous.
And Gary, is it the lack of what we were talking about in the earlier panels of wraparound holistic supports, or do you think that, like Aileen says, that there's a specific challenge when a dual diagnosis presents?
I think it's both. I think there is a very specific there that when a person is in addiction, it's very hard to distinguish the effects of the addiction from the effects of mental health, and they both feed into each other, and they both compound each other, and they both need to be treated at the same time. You can't wait for a person to suddenly stop being addicted before you can treat the other one. You can't wait until they stop having the mental health issues before you deal with the addiction. One feeds into the other. One drives the other. And I do think there is there's a lack of holistic awareness around the whole thing.
Maureen, do we know why the supports fell away for the family support network?
Not exactly. I don't know exactly why it closed down. I'm on a steering group now that's trying to re-establish it. And I think it might have been, I don't know, a personality clash or something. I don't know why it folded within a text message I got. And it just said we're closing today. So there was no reason given and hasn't been. But it represented family support groups from all over Ireland, and we used to all meet up maybe for a conference once a year, get information about new treatments, whatever was going on in the drug world. And we'd really like, and it was funded through the Drug Policy Unit, I think. And we have met with Department of Health, I suppose, drug policy people, and we've not been given a lot of encouragement or support in re-establishing that network.
And yet,
even though
Kathy,
it was very,
Kathy, what your research has really highlighted is the absolute critical need for family support networks when you look at the impacts, and particularly who it impacts. And as you say, a lot of women, or more women than men, presenting. So presumably dare I say it, the business case for family support networks is well exceeded here.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is that the meetings, the family support group, they're all given for free. Nobody charges any money for those. But I think there's a look at kind of getting an in and out sort of a new service called the five-step method, where you have 5 steps. Somebody who's hired by the health board works with you, and then you go. But like when you have 20 years of drug use that you're living with, the 5-step method is maybe a good start, but it's not going to be, sufficient.
Kathy, your data feeds into the case for all of that support, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Derval. And as I said in my presentation, our data, it shows a significant demand for treatment for affected family members, but we know it's an underestimation as well. So we know that the level of need and demand is even greater than our data at the moment.
And especially when families are so critical to the recovery of their loved ones. I'm going to take a couple more questions. 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 and 15. And again, I might take 2 or 3 questions at a time. So are we table 15? Did I see a hand go up? And do we have another question, perhaps? Am I not looking correctly? Certainly, let's go for table 15.
Hi there. Thank you so much for your time today. Just with regards to the addiction that your family have been, I suppose, involved with, is it regarded as an illness, do you think? Because when you're requiring treatment, like our discussion at the table has been, if you had diabetes or if you had cancer, you can go and get that treatment. But from what you were saying, there doesn't seem to be any bodies out there, as in government bodies, that say, this is part and parcel of our society and we need to do something about it. So there's a few more questions added in, but like how long you're waiting for services, paid or unpaid, and I suppose, if that makes any sense.
Katrina, I might just put that to you, because when a family has someone who has addiction, they're into a whole new labyrinth of experiences, and they don't have that sort of a textbook. And how do you think addiction is perceived by both society and maybe the service themselves? Is it viewed as an illness, or is there still sort of shame attached as if somehow you're responsible because it involves something illicit?
Okay, right. So there's two sides to this, because there are some people who believe that addiction is not an illness. However, I believe that it is, and that because if it wasn't, it wouldn't have to be treated. So I definitely believe that it is an illness, and all the rehabilitation, that is available for the addicts to go to the rehab units, they base their ethos on
health-led approach.
Yeah, on health. Yeah. So therefore, yes, I would believe that it is an illness, and it can go from generation to generation. And if we don't, like what we're trying to do, we're trying to break that culture, which is quite prominent in Ireland. I firmly believe there's not one family in this room that hasn't experienced addiction in some way or other over the generations. So it's what we're trying to do is to learn to break that culture of addiction within our services by education of my son's siblings, providing them with support, supporting them. I will say that the South East Family Support Group, I've listened to about the national, but just to say about that side of it, that we're very prominent and we're a very alive group down in the South East, and we're supported by our coordinator, Rena Green, and her team, with the Drugs Task Force. So I'm not too sure what's happening at this end of the country, but not all sides of the country is
is
in the same
yeah.
position.
Anne-Marie, it took a long time. I think we've got much better at the conversation talking about mental health and suicide. You know, we can now say things like it's okay to be not okay. The national conversation has changed in that regard. Do we have a long way to go before we can maybe convince wider society that addiction isn't just it's not something you did because you're bad, but actually that it's an illness? We perhaps maybe have more empathy or sympathy for maybe someone with a cancer diagnosis or something else. Do we still have a long way to go before we shift our societal understanding of addiction?
I don't think many people that's in addiction at the moment woke up one day and decided that I'm going to put my family and myself through it. And I do think there's a long way to go. And I think there's moments like this when we get to talk about it, especially in the traveller community, and bring awareness around about it. Everything helps. Yeah.
I want to say just there is table 5. Let's take a wee question from there. Thanks. And if there's any other hands up, we're going to go back to table 3 as well. So why don't we do the same? We'll take a question. We'll take the 2 questions together, and then we can redirect them to the panel. So 5 and then 3.
I just want to say thank you so much to the panel. We're all very aware of what it took for you to sit up there and give your stories today. And I don't want to be insensitive with this question. I was just wondering around your finances and the drug debts incurred by your family members. How did that affect you and what was the scale of it? And I'm fully aware if you don't want to answer it, that's fine.
Thank you very much. I just want to go to table 3 as well.
To commend all the panellists as well on what must be a heartbreaking time for all parties. But one of the questions we had at the table was, if there was a national body, a national organisation set up, one body set up, would that make it easier for you to access the services, to know what services are there, so that your daughter in one place can go to one place and she's looked after from a psychiatric point of view, to methadone, to all the different bits? Would that work, do you believe, in your opinions?
Okay, I'm going to take table number 7 as well.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to come back to the theme of dealing with individuals within the system who are very compassionate and who are very helpful, but who are operating within a system that seems to be very inflexible. And I just wanted to get a sense from you in helping us to make recommendations. What is the cause of that inflexibility? What's your sense of that? Is it a sort of cultural thing, an inertia, or is it something else where there are other competing interests? For example, the lady whose son was in prison mentioned the fact that you weren't able to contact the padre within the prison system, and that was because of GDPR. And that would seem like a very simple thing to fix, but then you have this GDPR complication coming into it. So I guess that's the question: is it a cultural thing, or is it that there are competing interests within the system that make it difficult for it to be flexible?
Okay, so there are kind of 2 questions relating to service provision controls. I'm not obliging anyone to ask or to answer the question on drug debts and intimidation, partly potentially because of privacy and security, but also because we're going to be dealing with it extensively in our next panel. But I don't want to put anyone at risk, so if anyone doesn't want to speak to that or speak to maybe what they've had to do, we can pass on that.
I suppose I haven't been intimidated by anyone. I haven't been. So I suppose I can speak freely. But I said when I was speaking earlier that my daughter managed, and she was resourceful and she got by, and she really did very little around borrowing money from me or any of the family. So she was resourceful. And I did say, she managed to get by, and I didn't ask. And, I was afraid to ask, and I didn't ask, and I haven't up to now, even though she's probably clean about 5 years. So I don't know how she got by, but she didn't allow it to affect me.
Eileen, you were going to come in there.
Yeah, we did pay off drug debts a few times, but they were, sorry, where are you?
There was table 5 here.
They weren't huge amounts, they were certainly less than €1,000, probably about €500, which was easy enough for us to come by. But in other ways, we did subsidise their drug use, like by paying rent or by buying clothes and food, paying for phones, leap cards, stuff like that. But I do know people who have had to pay out. I mean, just off the top of my head, I can think of 3 people who had to pay out over €30,000 and who had been intimidated, and they borrowed that from other people. The most painful thing for us was seeing our daughters having been beaten up a couple of times for these deaths. And it's so painful to see your daughter with bruises or black eyes or kind of very gingerly moving around. And it kills you because you know something awful has happened and that they have been badly threatened. But you ask and they'd kind of shrug it off. They'd give some kind of, you knew it wasn't a real reason, but you just have to let it go because you cannot delve too much.
There are many ways, I think, Eileen,
Yes.
to pay a debt. On this notion, because I think these two questions are kind of aligned, on the notion of a one-stop shop, you know, even if that could be, you know, a single entity where you could get all of the services, you know, that you need, or where do we think that resistance is coming from? Maureen, is that possible? Is it possible to get a...
I don't know, I had a dream one time, well, for a while, that we could have a community resource centre that included someone that would help you fill out your forms, someone that would help you to get into drug treatment, someone that would help you to organise a passport, that the community would have a centre where you could go for whatever. And there'd be people there who'd be members of your community, so they'd like you, and they wouldn't stigmatise you, and they wouldn't be bureaucratic with you because, you know, I mean, a lot of the people in my area don't use computers. Some of the people my age don't know how to text message. And, you know, the system is pushing these people away all the time.
And
you know, they can't negotiate it.
Gary, Elaine Keogh on the earlier panel, on the frontline workers panel, was trying to explain to us that it's not out of a sense of, you know, malice aforethought or anything like that, but often they are under so much pressure themselves that they have to rationalise what services they can provide, what they can do, that it is a capacity issue. But do you think there is a cultural element in there as well?
Yeah, because, I mean, there's classism. There's the whole thing of people of certain class are stigmatised, and they're less likely to be treated with comfort and joy. You know, they're the ones that are in prison. They're the ones that are in drug treatment. That's what's happening. I don't know how to fix that. We need to get rid of stigma. We need to see each person as a valuable human being, and we need to start leveling the playing pitch, because some people are not starting at the same level as others, and it's very hard for them to catch up, and especially if they're stigmatised and put down at every turn, and bureaucracy is stopping them. It's there to stop them.
So, Gary, is it bureaucracy? Is it just the fact that the disciplines can't or won't speak to each other for whatever reason? Resources perhaps are siloed. Maybe this is what we do, we don't do that. What do you think is maybe the solution to all of that?
I don't think there is one solution. There has to be several solutions, because I think there are several things happening. There is bureaucracy. There are people who are protecting their own patch, that they have their own empires. They don't want other disciplines encroaching on them. There's a cultural element to it, and that's, as a society, I don't think we see people with addiction as being real people. They're a problem. There's something to be looked down upon, and that they are the author of their own misfortunes. But if there's one thing people should take away from this, is that people with addiction are real people. They're real human beings. They still have their feelings. They still have their hopes, their aspirations, but they've become submerged in the addiction.
Kathy, you mentioned just before we wrap up this Q&A session, you mentioned at the end of your conclusions how the need for continuing monitoring for continuing evidence which would support the case for whatever type of service provision or resources or competencies are going to be required in the future, informed by the voices of these amazing people. But how important is it to build up that case from an empirical point of view?
Well, absolutely. Durable, I suppose we work in the HRB really with data and evidence, and that's what we try to do, is to generate trusted data and evidence that can be used to form policies and decision making and plan for services. So it's important to us, I suppose, that the data that we bring in are as complete as possible, and we're also trying to be always, as an information system, relevant and responsive to the data needs that are there nationally as well. And we're always willing as well to work with our external partners to make sure that we can achieve that.
Final word to you, Anne-Marie, culture or capacity, or is it a little bit of both?
A little bit of both.
It is. Listen, we're going to wrap up this panel to go to the break now, but for now, to Kathy, Gary, to Maureen, to Anne-Marie, to Aileen and Katrina, on your behalf, thank you so, so much.
And thank you once again to our panellists. Amazing testimony that I know will help form and shape our thinking on some of the solutions and some of the recommendations later in the process. Okay, time for you to have a well-deserved break. I know it's been a challenging afternoon. So I'll stop talking and you have 14 minutes, if we can. Get back just before 1:15, please, and we'll be live again. Thank you. And welcome all back. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to our final panel. Already today we've had some very real testimonies from individuals, families, frontline care workers who've all outlined their stories. Now it's time to move on to some of the community organisations and people who are mobilising to support their communities. So over to you, Dervla. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks a million, Paul. And I think, like our earlier panel with the frontline workers, the individual and the collective insights and experience that our final four panellists have on the impacts of harmful drug use in communities is really incredible. With me are Jennifer Clancy, Amy Carey, John Paul Collins and Philip Jennings. Jennifer, I'm going to begin with you because your day job managing the High Court bail list gives you one particular insight into the impact in communities, but you worked in this sector prior to that role for over 20 years, and even more, you've actually direct lived experience of having living in a community that's been impacted. Could you tell me just maybe a little bit about your own personal journey before we kind of just get into that community impact?
Yep. So I grew up in Clondalkin, which was a community that was disproportionately affected by drugs. Now I know people say drugs are in every community, in every town and every village, but the impact is felt much greater in communities that are disproportionately affected, or that we say communities of disadvantage. And I suppose there's often that lack of understanding or recognition between the relationship of poverty and inequality and drug use. Because what happens in communities like my own is they are breeding grounds for drug markets. They are breeding grounds for a viable drugs economy. And for that reason, then people often get caught up in it from a very, very young age. So when I was growing up, drug use was normal, open drug dealing was normal. Most people I knew took drugs, or you hung around with people who took drugs. Everybody knew where you could get drugs, and that's still the case to this day in the community that I'm from. So that's quite normal.
So what you're saying is we can't divorce the context, so those broader socioeconomic contexts that feed into it. Unemployment, whether it's disadvantage, poverty, because sometimes when we say a community of disadvantage, it means many things. What was the toll in your community when you were growing up in terms of the visible impacts?
Well, I suppose there was a lot of fear in our community. There was a lot of fear about speaking up about the issues because there was consequences when you did. There was a lot of fear of going to the guards because there was consequences when you did.
Consequences from whom?
I suppose people who were benefiting from them drug markets within the community. So there was often violence, there was often intimidation. Families often had to leave their home or experienced incidents in their home, windows put through, house, set on fire, whatever that might be at the time. It also meant that as a community who needed to pull together, we often didn't pull together because people were too afraid to get involved.
So it is there's an oppression, maybe in terms of the context, the lack of services, the lack of supports, but this other layer of oppression because it's the community's it's coercive control, really.
Yeah, and everybody knew who was doing it. They were your neighbour's children, your neighbour's partner, so it was very difficult then to speak out. And when people did speak out and go to the guards, they had mixed responses. Some people had very positive experiences, some people had very negative experiences. So that impacted on the relationship with the Gardaí at local level too.
Philip, you are a community development worker with the Safer Blanchardstown initiative, and that is a community organisation that also supports people. But talk to me about we heard earlier about how families of people who use drugs are they're forgotten, they're the hidden part. Tell me about the seen and unseen impacts of drug use at a community level.
Well, I suppose what my role is kind of community safety. And my role is to kind of look at, say, Mr. and Mrs. Murphy, who are afraid to come outside their door, who are terrified because of the fallout within their community of the drugs issue, if you like, let's say. So my role is to make sure that their voice is heard and represented, So in the drug debt intimidation, as has just been spoken about there, I mean, in around 2010, that started to raise its heads right across the state, not just in Blanchardstown. And we tried to look at that and see, where it was coming from, who was getting involved, how we could do something about it. There was no research online. There was nothing done in other other jurisdictions. So we did our own small little piece of research, and what we did was we came up with an iceberg of intimidation, and basically we kind of represent
An iceberg of intimidation.
an iceberg, yeah, which kind of showed at the bottom of it there was where young kids may be out of school, out of control in the community, and we call that the lower order. And then there was another order above that where there'd be kind of getting involved in using drugs and selling drugs, and then there was the top order, which was kind of the importation and the gun crime and things like that. And we kind of realised that there was pull and push factors that were dragging people up and down. Now this is in a community where, as it's just been said, disadvantaged, and there's disadvantaged people in the community, but then there's also, as Marie Horgan, I think it was, who said that there was the disadvantaged of the disadvantaged. So there's levels of disadvantage within disadvantaged communities, and that needs to be taken into account. But if you look at the accepted progression from experimentation with drugs to recreational drugs up into problematic drug use and then drug dependence, like that's accepted right throughout the I suppose all the literature around drugs and drug addiction. But if you match that over onto violence, you'll see when the Duns brothers back in the 70s and 80s, when they brought in drugs first into the country, they were the first ones really to bring in the heroin. Well, when you owe money to them boys for drugs, you just wouldn't get any more. But when they were arrested, they said, look, we're bad, let's see what's coming after us. And so that violence progressed from then. It started off with beatings, serious beatings, and now murder, okay? So we looked at all that and we were saying, well, how is this kind of impacting locally? What's the motive behind all this violence? So we looked at the census, first of all, the NACDA study in 2016 said that 9% of people on the island of Ireland had used drugs once or in the last year. So we looked at the census, and that turned out to be 369,258. Okay, now you might say, well, you can't just say that they all use drugs every week. But in order to get a handle on it and to find out what the motive for all the violence, you had to see what the money is, right? So we were trying to estimate how much money was involved.
The value of the drug.
Value, yeah. What's the motive for these gangs? What's the motive for the young kids getting involved? What's the pull factor? So if you put 10 euros a week, if people only use 10 euros a week in whatever that drug is, now let's face it, you wouldn't get a kick in a rush for 10 euros in the drug scene. At 10 euros a week, that supplies 196 million euros every year to drugs gangs. Okay, at 50 euros a week, it's 968 million. At 100 euros a week, it's 1.9 billion. So now you start to see the impact. Now the NACDA study did not include those who were problematic drug users or those who were addicted to drugs, because when they called, and it was a kind of a phone survey at the time, when they called, they were deemed not to be at home. So this is really just representing recreational drug users. And so they're the real driving force. That's the powerhouse for the violence. And you might say to yourself, well, okay, so they're only taking drugs at the weekend, or they're only doing it once or twice a week. What's the harm? But if you look at the history and the harm, if you look at young Anthony Campbell, who was killed in Finglas, Melanie McCarthy, who was shot in Tala, Shane Gagan, who was shot down in Limerick, Martin O'Rourke in the North Inner City, Trevor O'Neill, they were all innocent victims. Since Martin Cahill has died, there's been 312 people who have died violently as a result, around the drug scene.
And not to include all the other forms of deaths and suicides. Amy, I want to chat to you just about it. Often when in a previous role, when I was covering the children's court, some children nearly, they became the foot soldiers of these, of the higher order, the iceberg that Philip has described. But you work with children as young as 5, up to 26. And is that aspiration there when they, earlier Detective Maria O'Hara was talking about going into homes and seeing a certain amount of wealth. Is there a pull factor, as Philip said, for children that young?
Yeah, so we work in the Liberties area in Dublin, and I guess the
the go-to job in the area, or what young people see as the glamorous role, is that of those who are drug dealing. They're the people who have the flashy cars and the nice clothes, and so there definitely is a pull factor there. I think we had a young person recently, a 6-year-old. We were doing a program in clubs talking about what you want to be when you grow up, and as you do with 6-year-olds, and we had one little boy who said, I want to be like those boys on the block, and that's his dream, is to become a drug dealer. And that for me just epitomizes, I guess, the depth of the problem that we have, that in the communities that we work in, it's such normalized behavior. There's open drug dealing that they're witnessing outside their doors every day.
And that open drug dealing, and and even when the drug deaths and intimidation, are in the community, what impact does that have? I suppose particularly on those young male teenagers who are, going through that very formative experience, and you're working with that at-risk group every day.
Yeah, so we would see young people who start dabbling potentially, in drug use, and then become, get their own addiction, and then to feed that they then take on roles as runners, or as you said, as the foot soldiers, and they can't, that's a cycle then that they can't get themselves out of. And so we try and come in and interrupt that cycle and give them support if they want to, but quite often at that point it's a really difficult place to move away from.
How do they deal with that? Philip has sort of outlined it starts sort of quite low level, but when that level of intimidation and threat and drug debts maybe affecting their parents, or maybe they've started dabbling themselves and then they find themselves at the receiving end of that must be terrifying.
Yeah, and so I guess if they get their own addiction, they then need to fund that. We had a parent ask recently, I'm really concerned that my young person's, or her son's drug use had increased, because how is he funding that? And she's assuming now that he's getting involved, and that's how people are drawn in. They have to fund their own drug use, and there's all sorts of ways that people do that. We've young people who get involved in shoplifting, or in theft as well, and then that all spirals into a life of criminal behaviour, and disproportionately within the communities that we work in, young people end up in the justice service and in the prison system.
And they're in that cycle we've heard so much about. John Paul, every panel actually today has featured a member of the Traveller community, and all of the women, as it has been, have spoken about sort of a double oppression, just a general stigma and shame, and then what they face from within their own community, particularly if it's mothers who go to prison, or if it's mothers who get involved in problematic drug use. Can you talk to us about those compounding effects of all the isms, whether it's racism, whether it's that stigmatisation, that shame, criminalisation, and how that makes it really difficult at your community level?
Absolutely, and I think you need to contextualise it in terms of that. Like you take the state response to travellers, and not that long ago, in terms of the 1963 report on itinerancy, and at the time they called it itinerants. In that piece of research in 1963, they defined travellers as a problem, and they got rid of the itinerant problem. The word in the research, to get rid of the itinerant problem is take travellers off the side of the road, put them in the standard housing, put them in the education system, and you get rid of the itinerant problem. And thankfully that didn't work, as you can see, in terms of that. So that's, in terms of that racism and discrimination, that's internal oppression has started from then in terms of that. And our relationship then with services in society, it's one of fear really, more than anything else in terms of that. And that makes it difficult in terms of that engagement, that initial engagement, particularly with services. So it is a very, very difficult one, particularly for traveller women. Because, as you said, there's a double stigma there, and particularly if you're a traveller woman, LGBT, and drugs. So there is a lot to handle there in terms of that. And I think both Shannon and Anne-Marie this morning spoke very elegantly.
And also just the level of trauma within the traveller community, where the levels of suicide are just on any level.
Of course,
absolutely staggering.
Yeah. There's no question mark that in terms of substance misuse, particularly within the community itself, it is informed by trauma. Like you look at the suicide rate in the community, it's 7 times higher than the general population, and I would say that's an underestimation in all fairness in terms of that. So there is a real worry, there's a real concern in terms of that, and I think unfortunately, and it hurts me to say it, that it has become a real pandemic now, substance misuse within the community itself.
Why do you think that is? It's because I'd say it's perhaps a more contained in one sense community, but that must have an even bigger impact where the community itself feels isolated.
Absolutely, yeah. In terms of that, because of the close-knit community and the compound of that it's difficult and it spreads quite quickly in terms of that. But the other issue there, as other panelists have said, that now in terms of drug dealing and drug dealing and gang membership has become internal to the community itself. So you can actually buy drugs now on sites, which 10 or 15 years ago that wouldn't be the case. And they're aligned to very significant gangs that come along with the intimidation and violence along with that also. So it's a very worrying time.
And that, Jennifer, that sort of sense of a community being both internally and externally policed, it must be very, very intimidating. And that just, because I know there was a question, I know from Table 5, just about that drug deaths. What is that like for families, for...
Well, it's very challenging because there's a lot of families in communities like my own who can't afford to pay those debts. So the person who owes the money ends up being, subsumed into criminality in order to pay that debt, and that debt is never really paid off. In terms of prosecution for drug-related intimidation, the numbers are still very, very small. So we don't actually see a true picture of what is actually happening in communities. And then what we see is they're grooming these young people into these gangs. These young people then are the ones enforcing this intimidation. And all people see is these young people as, wreaking havoc in communities. But at what point do we see them as victims? Because a 13, 14, 15-year-old, how do we see them as a criminal? They have been failed by successive government policies. They've been failed by statutory agencies. They've been failed by education systems, housing policy, social welfare policy. Because at the end of the day, we should not see them as criminals. And what's happened, and I have this conversation with guards all the time, is the guards feel that they've been left to manage these young people in the criminal justice system because child protection and welfare services haven't stepped in when they needed to, early prevention services haven't stepped in when they needed to. They haven't had the systemic family support when it needed to, and it's become intergenerational in them families as well.
And I think, Philip, right across the panels, that particularly the role of the criminal justice system, the role of Gardaí, who are at times expected to both play, the public safety enforcing of legislation to protect the public, and yet at the same time they have this huge welfare role. But they, in particular in relation to those children who then become part of that intimidation and drug debt ecosystem, for want of a better phrase, I always think, a child in trouble is a child in need. So how do we go in and, as Jennifer says, to see them as victims? Do they see themselves as victims?
Well, they certainly don't see themselves as victims. It's part and parcel of growing up in the area that they're in. Very often the 12 and 13-year-old is the first person who'll knock on your door, and they'll say, your son or daughter owes them big boys around the corner, 400 or 500 euros. Now, this is a child, so outside the criminal justice system kind of thing, So they're actually learning how to intimidate. That's the first stage in learning how to intimidate, and that's how they progress up the iceberg, for want of a better way, to get to the next level. And all this is driven, and I keep going back to the money aspect. That's the motive behind it all. And it's the ordinary Joe Soap who thinks, recreational drug use is passive and harmless, and it's doing no harm, no damage. It's doing horrendous harm to the community and to society. I heard somebody speak yesterday evening on the radio, and he was saying it was the middle classes and their cocaine use at the weekend. But it's not just the middle classes and their cocaine use. During the week there in the Irish Independent, they were talking about farmers having a big cocaine problem, and their loneliness out on the farm and things like that. It's right across society. And unless we come to realise that you can't locate the problem. If you try to locate it in, say, disadvantaged areas, and then, oh no, it's not disadvantaged areas, it's the middle classes. Oh no, it's not, it's the farmers. But then what have you got? You have a kind of a chicken and egg situation, which came first, It's kind of nature-nurture debate. So you really need to understand that we have a societal problem with drug use. And that's the driving force behind all the rest. If you go into Coolmine or any of the other services, you'll see, or the addiction services, and ask anyone struggling with their drug use, what's the first illicit drug you ever took? They will tell you it's weed, And weed is often described as cannabis. And it's always described as cannabis, I should say. But it's not the cannabis. Back in the 70s and 80s, when the hippies were smoking cannabis, I think it was around 5% THC, which is the active ingredient in cannabis. Now it's anything from 20% up. And if you're looking at the emerging trends in cannabis use, just now going into vapes, the powder that they put into vapes, that can be nearly 90% and more. So it's getting worse and worse and worse. It's progressing on and on. Cannabis is not cannabis. It's like calling heroin milk of the poppy. Do you know what I mean? Give it a nice, soft, cuddly name, and we can use it, and it's safe. Cannabis is not safe anymore. It never really was. But now people looked for a gateway drug for years and years. But it's a gateway behaviour. Once you start to even contemplate going into drugs, start dabbling in drugs, start using drugs recreationally, you're opening the gate to a whole load of any kind of possibilities. You've heard it all day.
It echoes just what Chris, Luke and Tom were saying earlier, just about the changing nature of drugs and the synthetics of it. I wanted to ask you, Amy, about the capacity of communities. Dublin 8, where I used to live, a brilliant neighbourhood. I used to live around the corner from the tree that everybody goes to every year to remember their loved ones who died during the original heroin epidemic. And communities like that, they're doing their best, but they haven't quite recovered from that intergenerational trauma. The children who, you know, like Maureen earlier, who were raised by grandparents, or the that intergenerational loss of having lost a parent, a sibling, a grandparent to the previous epidemic. So in light of these new threats and challenges, do they have the capacity to deal with what is coming down the tracks?
Yeah, I think looking at a community like Dublin 8, I can speak on behalf of, but I'm sure it's similar to a lot of communities where it has been intergenerational trauma, and it's poverty, it's been unemployment, it's been addiction, and they have just been battered and battered and battered again. The issues, you know, of drug use is, as you say, is across every area, every person, you know, every type of person in society, but the impact of that use comes disproportionately back on these communities. There's young people, you know, we would work with a lot of young people who grow up with grandparents in kinship care because they lost their parents to addiction, and a lot of those, that generation are getting older as well. So there's a whole, I guess a whole new cycle of young people growing up who have grown up come into a world.
And even if they didn't experience it firsthand, they're still dealing with the legacy of what happened, Jennifer, to their parents or to anyone else. It passes on.
Of course it does, and look, my own lived experience, kinship carer for my niece and nephew for the last 13 years, myself and my mum, and like that, it was a case of they were landing on our door one Friday night and we said, if you don't take them, they're going into care, and it was meant to be for 3 months, and that's 13 years later, and the eldest has complex needs, he has fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and we've had to fight tooth and nail through the court system to get any sort of services for him, and we're still fighting through the court service because nobody wants to take accountability. So nobody wants to take accountability for a hidden disability like FASD. But that's what it feels like all the time, even for my brother
and you don't
who's still
want
in
those
addiction.
kids to go into foster care. You want to keep them with you.
Yeah, that will never happen. But in terms of even my own brother who's still in addiction, having to fight constantly for services, and their services that they are both entitled to, we shouldn't have to fight for them.
And that's, we heard it just even in the last panel, just the families, the exhaustion of going through it. Is it even more pronounced in the traveller community, John Paul, where people perhaps feel they're even more driven away from services because they've maybe access even perhaps even owning up in their own community to their struggles?
Absolutely. In terms of the community itself, like pathways into recovery is very challenging for everybody, to be honest with it, but particularly for the community itself because of the stigma and shame attached to it, particularly if you have younger siblings. And unfortunately, the case is particularly in terms of travel heroin users, they actually remove themselves from the community completely in terms of that because it's a stigma and shame around that. So the pathways into services has been a difficult one. It's a difficult one and quite challenging to overcome. But I think in terms of the collaboration aspect of it, because aspects of it does work in terms of like collaboration with the local travel organisation in your area, for example, like the services that we would support or collaborate with have a massive increase in terms of travellers' engagement in their services because of that support from a travel organisation and that peer-led work.
Support.
Absolutely, it's vital, particularly within the travel community itself in terms of travellers' engagement in services.
I think Anne-Marie was just talking about so powerfully how when she was going through her journey, she wasn't meeting other women or other people like her even within that, so that importance of peer support. Before we go to the round table, I suppose we've just been reflecting on all the panels today on what you'd like the Assembly to take away as it considered their recommendations. Philip, it's not an easy task that everyone in front of us has to do.
Oh, no, it's not an envious. It's not a task that I would like to be part of. It's a very, very complex and very, very difficult issue. And I suppose the makeup of the panels and the various different panels will show you how difficult and how complex the issue is. But we're all singing off the one hymn sheet. We all want what's best for the individuals caught up in addiction and the best for the communities, and that's key. For me, I think, you know, there needs to be a public information campaign, if I was to make or ask for a recommendation, around the harms that are caused by recreational drug use and weed and what they call cannabis. You know, you could say cannabis and milk of the poppy, because it's wrapped up in and it's progressed and it's portrayed as something that's safe and cuddly.
And yet, Philip, there is huge support in certain aspects of society for it to be not just, we were saying earlier, not just decriminalised but legalised. So there is a huge. Is it, Jennifer, about simply educating people about the harms, or does it need more?
At this moment in time, it's not legal in the country. So if you want it to be legal, you know, stop giving your money to criminal gangs. That's what I would say. You know, what kind of a society do people want? Do they want for themselves, for their children, their parents, their brothers, sisters, their families, their friends, the society in general? If you wanted to go down the tubes, I mean, we've just shown there that the level of violence is increasing, how young people are sucked in. They're all sucked in because of the money. So if you keep putting the money into that system, well, then it just keeps going to grow. Just one last point there. The HRB in 2021 published another study, and that showed that 1 in 4 people had used drugs in the last year. That brings, instead of, say, for Blanchardstown 329,000 or whatever, it brings it up to 600,000. So €10 a week is 400, nearly $500,000 a year, or $500 million a year. So people have to understand the amount of money and the damage that's doing. And it's not just doing it at the level of violence. There's kids getting sucked in, they're being taken out. There's the hidden harms in families where parents are taking drugs and the kids are left to the side. You know, so we have to do something like that.
And yet the market demand is there, Jennifer.
Absolutely, but that's because we need to start looking at drug policy, and I suppose drug use is not an individual issue, it's not context-free, and we need to start linking all of our policies. So when we're looking at housing policy, when we're looking at education policy, when we're looking at social welfare policy, we need to start gender-proof and poverty-proof and all of these policies, but they all need to be linked up.
Yeah, that big holistic approach. Amy, you are seeing kids of huge vulnerability. What do you want the Assembly to take away today?
Yeah, I think what we're doing isn't working as a society at the moment. What we're doing is not working. Is failing our children and failing our young people. And there needs to be some drastic change across the policies. Like Jennifer said, our education system is failing young people who come from disadvantaged communities. The statistics all show it. Our housing policy is failing. I don't need to say that. We are criminalising people who have experienced trauma. Our prison, Eddie Mullins, was the governor of Mountjoy, was on the Late Last night and said 90% of the prison population are from deprived communities, and 70% of the prison population have addiction issues. So we're currently just putting people in prison. That's our solution.
And if any community, John Paul Collins, which is overrepresented in our prison and criminal justice system, it is the Traveller community.
Absolutely, yeah, no doubt about it in terms of that. But I think the panel's right. I think in terms of the current policy infrastructure is not currently working at the moment, and we need to we need to start joining the dots really. I think we need to take a holistic approach in terms of that. First of all, I think we began that today in terms of including or engaging with the people who are directly affected by substance misuse. I think it's really important in terms of that they need to be sitting around the table in terms of any policy development, and their experience is vital to that. But also I think Jennifer's right. I think we need to start joining the dots and look at the whole social terms of health in terms of that. That'll be employment, education, accommodation, and start joining the dots in terms of that policy aspect of it.
Well, listen, what we're going to do is I'm going to hand back to Paul for the roundtable, but again, as per all of the sessions, we will get a chance to pose questions to the panel. But for now, please, for Philip, Jennifer, Amy and John Paul, thank you.
And thanks again to the panellists for, again, some great insights. Just as you do go to tables, I just wanted to stress a few points that I certainly picked up. I was struck by Amy's point around the depth of the problem as she described it in communities, and the example that she gave of the 6-year-old and where they saw their role model was quite striking. Again, the consistent message that's come through when we say that drugs are pervasive all across society. They are, that's the evidence, but we do know they particularly hurt marginalised communities more, and that's something we need. It's just coming through in every panel and every discussion. I think the whole issue around intimidation, violence, and indeed death can't be lost in our debate and our deliberations when we discuss drug use. Again, services and accessibility came up, and then again the wider point around wider policy and the integration of wider policies into, particularly into marginalised communities, is quite strong. So over to the facilitators for the next 15 minutes, and we'll be over in Dervla's hands for Q&A. Thank you.
Guys, thank you very much.
going to pass you back to Derval for the Q&A.
Thank you very, very much. So we come to this, our last Q&A session of the day. If you're table 6, 7, 8, 10 or 11, we're especially keen to hear from you, but our panel are at your disposal. We might do the same again if there are a lot of questions. We might take one or two and then we'll direct them to the panel. But who would like to start us off with a question for our panels? I think that is table 11.
Thank you, and thank you to the panel for your time. We agreed around the table that really, based on what we've heard in this assembly and the last, that there really is a fundamental change that needs to come around legislation, that what we're doing isn't working and hasn't worked. And really, the core of our legislation probably needs to change. We need a more linked up approach and joined up thinking. So we just wanted to ask the panel, if you could change one fundamental thing, what might it be?
Okay, one fundamental thing. It's hard, Jennifer, when it's so multi-layered and so complex, but what do you think could be a game changer?
Oh God, it's hard to pick one thing, but the first thing that comes off the top of my head, and myself and Amy were just talking about it here, is housing policy. That how we build social housing and affordable housing, how we, it's all bunged in together, so we create then environments that are, open to drug markets and drugs economies, that it needs to be more integrated, and there needs to be wraparound supports for people who are placed in social housing. We were just kind of talking about cuckooing is a new phenomenon the last few years, where vulnerable people are housed and people move in and take over their property and deal and use from that property as well. So there needs to be changes in housing policy, how it's allocated, how people are supported, and then if something like cuckooing happens, that the tenant doesn't have to make a formal complaint to the guards, that the guards and the local authority have powers to remove people from the home people who are vulnerable.
And for you, Amy?
Yeah, I think for me it's looking earlier. So actually, how do we tackle some of the underlying issues of poverty and inequality? How do we support young people from an early age? How do we improve our education system and their experience of the education system, so that there is other options for them? Because at the moment, their options are to move into the drugs trade are often their best options. So it's looking actually at services earlier and earlier, and investing in youth services and in childcare and all of those pieces.
Is that you, John Paul, tackling or trying to mitigate, you can't avoid them all, but those adverse childhood experiences we're talking about, or do you think there's something else?
Again, it'd be difficult in terms of that. I think early intervention and clear pathways into recovery has to take place. I think it's extremely difficult at times in terms of accessing recovery, and I think there's just fundamental blocks that can easily be put away, discarded really.
And Philip, is it legislation or is it services? Well, it's probably all of those things. What do you think?
Well, I think it's both. But for me, I'd say a very effective approach would be if we could support every child in the state from 0 to 10 years of age in their education and target them. Now, it doesn't have to be every child. If you resourced services to look at every child, and if we just take areas of disadvantage, for example, as Niamh Horrigan said, in understanding limit, there is advantaged people and the disadvantaged of the disadvantaged. So already you can see that every child wouldn't need the supports and services. But for those who do, they should be supported from the cradle to they're about 10 years of age. And then you can identify the family support needs of the parents and the other siblings in the home. Do you know what I mean? So by getting in early and having a focused support for every child in the state as a right, let's say, and then for those who don't need it, they don't get it. But for those who do, then there's a wraparound service there that services need to be obliged to respond to. Yeah. I heard somebody saying earlier there was kind of a silo when it comes to services, like wanting to take on more work or whatever, but they should be obliged to go in there and do their little piece. So if you're a social worker, you do the social worker piece. If you're a family support worker, if you're a teacher, you do your piece. It's not about it's about bringing coordinate a wraparound service for the child.
Okay, thank you very, very much for that. I have two questions, one at 6 and one at table, actually lots. So I'll take 6 and 9 and then I'll take the next two after that. So table 6 and table 9.
Thank you very much to the speakers. Really appreciate your input. Our question is really for Philip,
And it's around tackling the multi-million euro industry that's funded by the recreational users. And you already mentioned about a national campaign of awareness might be helpful, but we're just wondering if there's any other suggestions you might have to tackle that piece. Thank you.
That's great. And before Philip answers, I'll take the question from table 9 as well. And please do feel free to both individual or general questions, but table 9.
Yeah, thanks very much to the panellists again. The question here was just obviously the profound story of the 6-year-old kind of saying, "Oh, I'd like to be like that drug dealer." What do you think is needed in the community to kind of breach or break the cycle of entry into drug use at young ages? And do you think there's anything specific that might help stop the entry of like young individuals into the kind of cycle of drugs?
Okay, so that first question, Philip, for you on that relationship between recreational drug use on one hand feeding into that much, much bigger global multi-billion-dollar industry that is.
Well, I think people who use drugs recreationally think it's a passive pastime. They don't think that it's harming anyone, but yet it always harms someone. You know, there's no way, as we showed, with just €10 a week, and as I said, you won't get a kick in a rush in the drug trade for €10. You get nothing. But at €10 a week, if you multiply that out by 600,000 people who are now, and Senior Gardaí have told me that that's a very, very conservative figure. So we don't know. People are not honest about what they do, but we do know that it's causing huge problems, you know. And as I mentioned before, young Anthony Campbell, he died tragically. So what we need to do is to get an information campaign out that will inform people of the damage that they're doing to society. They either ignore or they're unaware of the damage that they're doing. And so they need to be educated. If I ask people, what are you doing that for? Where's your money going? It's only tenner. I'm not doing anyone any harm. I'm only doing it to myself. But they're not. You see how it progresses through. They get in trouble themselves and then their parents. And you see primarily here mothers start to try to cope on their own. And then when all is said and done, the mothers are left with the guilt. And then they're going to counselling for their guilt. And how can I... what did I do wrong? Oh, look, my other children are all right. And so they do huge damage, but it's not something that they know. Now, say for Blanchardstown did develop a campaign called Think Before You Buy. And it's about kind of kickstarting, it's trying to kickstart a conversation around those harms so that people actually know what they're doing. They don't realise it. So that needs to be, in my view, that needs to be.
And what do you do, Amy, then that's age appropriate for a 6-year-old who has aspirations to be like the guy in the corner?
I think it's going back to the bigger picture of why that isn't appealing, why that is something that is appealing to them, and that's looking at, well, what are the other options that they're seeing? And, we were speaking about the lack of role models, particularly the lack of male role models a lot of the time in communities like ours, and having other options for young people. And that does look a lot like investing in education and in support services. There's a lot of supports that have been increased over the last few years for early years and 0 to 6. We've put a lot of emphasis on that as a country. And then youth services start at 10, but that's 6 to 10-year-old space. There's no additional supports outside of school for that. There's no statutory services there, and that's a space where actually a lot of young people start to fall through the cracks, and problems start to arise. And there's scattered services, but there isn't any unified approach to that.
I know, because at our first session, Philip McMahon spoke so powerfully about that need for role models and potential to go down 2 roads depending on what is there. I have 2 tables here in the middle. It is table 10 and table 14. And again, I'll take your 2 questions together so we can make the best use of our time.
Hello, just following up on the question from table 6 before, directed mostly at Philip. Your point is well made that the money flow, it fuels the problem. But the question is there a model where you can kind of flip that and you can take like a controlled number of what we call recreational drugs and control the source and control the quality and control the price and control the distribution channels and use that revenue to feed back into the services, and that then anything outside of that scope is dealt with by the Garda and the legislation in a much harsher way Is that a model that you think could work?
Right, I'm going to just hold the response until we just take, where did I see the other table there? Was there a second question? From, yes, just behind you there. Yes, this gentleman here.
Is there any reason why we can't reintroduce community Garda in estates that require them to at least help?
So the first question, Philip, is as I've heard, it is essentially a question about regulating the market for personal use. Those who advocate for the legalisation, as distinct from the decriminalisation of cannabis, will say, well, look, why did you regulate that market? Take the big players out of it, use the revenue, sort of a tax revenue, to go back into communities. And for some, that's a compelling argument.
Sounds simple, yeah. But if you look, alcohol is regulated, cigarettes are regulated, and how good are we at keeping them away from those who are under 18? In America, I just read recently the Oregon Safety and Health University. They ran a study, and published a study, and it said that the abuse of cannabis, marijuana as they call it, has gone up by 245% since legalisation. And along with that, the growth in the illegal supply of the drug has grown exponentially as well. So it would be great if there was a simple model. I don't know if one exists, and I suppose that's what the Assembly here is to discuss. You know, one other aspect of that study in Oregon was that it also then kind of pandered to the notion that marijuana or hash was safe, and that's what's driving all the mental health issues and the other safety issues in the state at the moment. Now, again, they're all studies that are just recently coming out and emerging from legalisation. So I'm not for or against legalisation. I'm not making an argument, but they're just the studies that are there. I don't think there's a model where you can just take some part of it and then put it back in. It might work, you know, for a short time, but it'll be circumvented in some way, I'm sure. But
that question, Jennifer, just about community Garda diversion programmes, JLOs, the juvenile liaison officers, or community Gardaí who know that community intimately and who can serve as perhaps that between the welfare and criminal justice traps that many people fall into. Is it something there should be more of, or is it an instead of? What is the role there for that very, very visible presence?
No, I do think there's a role for community policing, especially in building and fostering relationships in communities like my own. I think it can be very personality based. I've worked with some amazing community guards, and I've worked with other community guards who have very strong opinions about people who use drugs. And I suppose when you talk about the Garda diversion programmes and the juvenile liaison officers, the difficulty with the JLO system at the moment is there's a backlog, and people are often waiting months and months before a JLO is actually assigned. So therefore, by the time they even go through the process, if the JLO at the end decides to bring it to court, it could be 18 months since the young person has actually committed that crime, and now all of a sudden they're in the criminal justice system. And then even when they maybe have multiple charges, there's a shortage of case managers within the guards for the children's court as well, so they're waiting months and months again. So it's constant court appearances, it's constant engagement
and
at
even
that level.
if they're placed into a juvenile detention facility, they're coming out to the next set of charges. Absolutely. Because it hasn't, they're just getting caught up in that perennial cycle. John Paul, what do you think, just in terms of, do you think any form of limited legalisation would help? Do you think there's a way for kind of the tax revenue for that to go back in and help community, or is that maybe just more hopeful than? Well,
I'm personally in support of the decriminalisation, to be honest, of an individual in terms of that. How we use the revenue, absolutely, I think it can be reimbursed into setting up projects or resourcing. For instance, good quality youth services or just initiatives. But I think absolutely, for me, personally, myself, yes, I would agree with it.
Kind of a road tax for drug use. Yep. I want to get just a couple more questions just in the last sort of 10 minutes that we have. So I know there were one or two hands up. Were there towards the back? Yes, so I think table 13 here and table 2. So again, I'll just take the 2 questions and then we can put them to our panel. So we'll just go for you there.
Yeah, thank you. This is just kind of a follow-on from table 6 and 10. If drugs were decriminalised, do you think that it would reduce the amount of money going to organised criminal gangs in a broad level of things?
Okay, so the one on decriminalisation on table 2 as well, question here, and with table 1.
I just had a question for Philip there about he was talking about communities losing control and drug dealers running the areas and intimidation and all. I was wondering how does he feel we'd get that back through, in time, or how long would it take to get a community back?
Take back control, Philip. It's one of those phrases that has got badly hackneyed in recent years. But where a community is being coerced and is being coerced internally, how do you crack that?
Well, communities are fighting back all the time. You know what I mean? And communities are very vibrant, and they do work together. Say for Blanchetown, along with a number of other agencies citywide, and that we've worked for 2 years on the crime community impact assessment. And basically what that is a problem-solving approach in an area where you bring all of the services, including the community, and everybody who has some small little impact on the situation, okay, whatever the issue is. And whether that's Dublin Bus, whether that's the guards, the local authority, or whoever, you know what I mean, bring them around and how can we solve this problem and what can we do? You look at it, you analyse it, and you come back and you see what you've done, and if that doesn't work, well, then you go back again. And it's called a problem-solving approach. It's a proven way to improve your area, So, and that has been written into the National Drug Strategy now, so that has been accepted.
The role of the criminal law and the criminal justice system, Jennifer, is complicated because, there could be wide support, including widespread support for decriminalisation for personal use. And then we're hearing this afternoon that there are kids who from a very young age are not just being groomed but are becoming part of the criminal intimidation that is on people. So often you might hear it say, well, let's keep the criminal law for the organised crime gangs. Where do we draw that line?
Well, I suppose, and Amy's touched on this quite a bit, it's that whole role of the education system, it's the role of child protection and welfare services. It has to happen at an earlier age, and I suppose the huge investment has to go into that whole family approach. There's no point in working with a 13-year-old in one family if the whole family is involved in criminality or the parents maybe are both using drugs. So there's systemic issues going on in that family, so there has to be a whole family approach. And often what you find is when you're looking for services, the waiting lists for services, or you have to be in crisis stage before you can actually get services. And what you need to be doing is looking at the prevention end of things. So before it even gets to that stage where young people are in the criminal justice system or when they're at crisis point, that investment needs to happen much earlier on.
And Amy, again, it's is it a question of degree and kind? At what point do you say, well, we will not have any criminal justice intervention here, but once it gets, is it a threshold, or what would actually inform that? Because it's so nuanced.
Yeah, it is. It's nuanced, and I think it's about prioritising. We see all the time young people that we work with who are arrested, who are in court systems, who are taking up, who have, minor personal use convictions that take years and years of their lives to be dealt with. And when you look at all of the different services that are involved in that, the court services, the Gardaí, the youth workers, the money that is spent on that, when actually that investment to be put into dealing with the people who are involved at a higher level, or investing into the communities to stop some of those problems. So I think
it all seems to just come back to the underlying causes, the driving factors that are leading to it. We've just a couple of moments left, and I want to get the most out of the panel. So there's a question at table 14 and one at table 1. So I will take your 2 questions together. So I think the microphone has landed here at table 14, and then I'll go to you at table 1.
Hello. Very limited experience I'm asking a question from. But I've talked to youngsters in deprived areas, and one of the main draws that they have towards being drug dealers is the money. and the status in the community. Would legalisation limit that, not eliminate it totally, but would it limit it to a certain degree?
Okay, that is great. Table 14 and Table 1 as well. Thank you. In your own time. Thank you.
I'm just aware, as we're talking, that there's been an awful lot of studies, reports, recommendations made over the last 5, 10, 15, even 20 years about how we tackle this in all the areas that we've been discussing this weekend and last weekend. So is there anything in terms of what you're talking about here that you think recommendations that have been made previously, or research that's been done previously, or a report that's been done previously that you think we should look at, is my first question. One or two reports or series of recommendations that you think are very good, that we should have sight of. And the second thing is, what can we do here when we get to the stage of writing our own report and formulating our own recommendations to make sure those recommendations are actually implemented? Because I think that's key to how we tackle this. It's not the formulation of the recommendations, because we're awash with recommendations and how we tackle this issue. It's the implementation that stalled things. So I'd love to hear from the panel your advice on how all of us, all 99 of us, can help actually get this over the line and get us to implementation, because that's what we need if we're going to have any chance of making things change. And we need everyone here with expertise in the area to help us get that to the next stage, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll go, Amy and Jennifer, just very, very quickly on the young people who are looking around and they see status and they see money and perhaps not exclusive, but they're in a disadvantaged community. It is about poverty, it is about money, it is about access to that. So Jennifer, how do you break that cycle?
Look, there are models. If you look at the Uruguay model, they have decided to legalise cannabis, and how they've regulated the market is that once you're over 18, you are given a card, you can access up to 5 grams of cannabis a day. They sell it for $1 a gram, and it's regulated by the government. And the reason they sell it for such a low price is because it removes the criminal element. It removes an element of black market. And I know you were talking about America, Philip, but they still are selling it at market value. So when you remove the criminal element, then that pull is not there anymore.
So sell the drugs yourself, sell them cheaper. Amy?
Yeah, I think just the piece around the implementation really struck me, because I constantly there's reports and recommendations made and there's not implementation or follow through, and I think that comes down to political will. And when we have a cycle of 4-year elections and there's not long-term thinking, and I think we've been very poor as a country to look at actually some of these systemic issues in a long-term coordinated way.
And Philip, Amy has a point there. Like, we could probably paper this room many times over with probably previous reports and recommendations and consultations down through the years. I suppose what's different this time is we've directly involved citizens and people with lived experience in it. To that point of the power within the Assembly, within its own consultations, with its own deliberations, and how it can shape what should happen next. What do you recommend?
Well, it's a very daunting task. As I said, they have, and you're correct, there has been so many reports, it's very hard to remember one over another, and you can probably only remember the last 2 you read while you prepare for something else. But I think for the Assembly and the recommendations, I think for them to be implemented, I think whatever recommendations they make, or the Assembly makes, has to be properly resourced. And there has to be a political will to push them through. I mean, I suppose people at the Assembly now are getting a sense it is a complicated issue, but there are families involved and people involved. And if we start with very, very young children, a wraparound service, if that becomes one of your recommendations and it's properly resourced, you will see results from that, you know. And that's kind of the evidence of all the people working in the drugs issue and at the forefront in the family support. And family support is I suppose, is one of the most important aspects of this, because that's where the hidden harm gets addressed. That's where, you know, workers go in and support parents who, you know, might have drug issues, but they might be based on trauma and things like that, and things can be delved into. But again, if you go into a parent and they're using drugs and it's because of some trauma in their life earlier on, they need to go to counselling. They've got onto waiting lists, and it goes on and on and on, and it just gets very, very difficult. So the difficulty in kind of implementing the recommendations of previous reports all comes down to resources, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And John Paul, I mean, that's true. Like, I mean, it's what you do next that matters. All the reports and recommendations of the world are no use if they're not acted upon.
Absolutely, and evidence has proven that over the years in terms of research and reports that have been out there, particularly in relation to the travel sector, but also in terms of the drug sector. Like, without the resources, and again, unfortunately, we have to say political will at the highest level, a genuine will to deliver on it. You could, as you said yourself, you can write report after report. Unfortunately, it just won't be implemented.
Yeah. And obviously there are a lot of demands on public resources at present. How do you ensure, Jennifer, it gets beyond the 4-year political cycle? This is big work. Yeah. This is multi. It took generations to create it. It's going to take some time to.
I think the structures for implementation are really, really important. And I think the fact that people are understanding the complexity of this, you know, it's a cross-government departmental structure that needs to happen. It needs to be people with decision-making power who can actually make this happen on the ground within each of the departments, because it's not just an issue for the Department of Health or the Department of Justice. It goes across all of the government departments, and there has to be accountability. So when things aren't happening or aren't being implemented or aren't being resourced, there has to be accountability.
And finally, Philip, just before we finish up, we're talking about political will, we're talking about education and awareness, but given the prevalence of drug use that you outlined right across our society, what about the public's responsibility? What about society's responsibility in challenging this issue, because we're all a part of it?
100%. Everybody in this room, everybody in the country is affected by the drugs issue. What we term the apathy of the unaffected. You know, people who think, well, I'm not affected, so it doesn't bother me, I don't have a say in it, I don't want to know anything about it. Well, they have to know, like, if their car is broken into, or if their, you know, if their house is burgled, if their handbag is snatched, or whatever it might be. The guards will tell you that nearly 90% plus of all crime is drug-related. So the prevalence of drug use it affects everybody. So you need to start challenging people around their drug use and say that it's not harmless. It's not passive. It's affecting everybody, and you need to think before you buy. You need to think what you're doing is having an effect on somebody else. And I mean, and that's from Colombia, where they produce the cocaine and bring it all across right to the pub or to the house party or whatever you're doing your line of cocaine. It's just damaging everybody. Drugs have not given our society one iota of value. Or any goodness at all. It has just been a nightmare from start to finish. And so people need to recognise that when they start using drugs, and when it comes to the recreational users in particular.
I want to thank all of our panellists today, not just from this panel, but from the individuals, the families and the communities. It's been an extraordinary week for me chatting to them all, and I hope that, like me, you have both been challenged by all of the conversations, but also inspired. I have nothing but the utmost respect for everyone I've engaged with. So it's been an honour once again to be with you, and I wish you all the best in your deliberations as I hand you back to the chairman to bring proceedings to a close.
Thank you, Derval, and once again thanks to our panel, and something that may not come through in some discussion, but I do know for a fact many of the people, like the people we have on our panel, who speak out for their communities, put themselves in harm's way themselves, and I know that for facts, and just it may not have come true, but just to thank you for what you do beyond your voices here today. So it's been a long and challenging day for you all. What we just want to do for the next 10 minutes before we close out is just take time at your table with your facilitators, a kind of debrief. Facilitators will take you through it. When we come back, I will make some closing comments, and then we'll be offline, and Cathal will just make some updates on logistical arrangements for later on. So over to your facilitators for the next 10 minutes. So thank you. to take stock, I guess, at the end of the day. I do believe that today has been a genuine landmark day in terms of the whole issue of discussion and deliberation of drug use in Ireland. I don't think there's been a day like it. A lot of the organisations, individuals, families that you'll have seen here today would have had the opportunity to talk within their family setting, within their community setting, or within the services setting. But it's been rare that we've had a chance to have a national deliberation supported online for the public to see, to have this national discussion. And I think we will all find the benefit of that discussion having taken place. And I certainly feel very privileged to have been listening to that discussion here today, the testimonies that people put forward to help us in our deliberations. They, like us, all of the people who contributed today, want to make things better, and that's what strongly came through throughout the day. I think what we did get a better understanding of is the types of harm that can be caused by drug use. Some of the harm can be, as we said earlier on, mental, it can be physical, psychological. We've also heard in terms of intimidation. We've also heard in terms of people entering the criminal system and the trauma that that causes for individuals and families, and maybe when there is other solutions. We've also heard some people have a view that they haven't actually experienced harm, and that needs to be taken into consideration as well. So we've heard very mixed, diverse, balanced views, I think, across the day. I think what it does do for us is start to help us to think about solutions. There were some really good Q&A discussions coming from the tables there today where you can see everybody is starting to think, how do we shape solutions? What are the best shape of recommendations that we can put forward that will make people's lives better? And I think today has helped us in that. And I will also say, I think the experience tomorrow, as we visit some of the services, the addiction services here in Dublin, where we visit some of those services and get an understanding of the supports the services give, and equally, as we've heard today in spades, the relentless pressure that those services are under, and the challenges of accessibility for people trying to access the services, and the issues that were raised today in terms of compassion as people enter those services. So we've learned a lot today in terms of the services, and I think tomorrow will prove even more beneficial as well. I think another theme that's come through today, which did come through in our first assembly, was whatever way we shape up our recommendations, and we're very early in the process, we have a lot more work to do, and I'll keep bringing those mixed voices into the room with the Secretariat. But there's one thing that's coming strikingly true. We can't just keep doing the same things. Doing the same things again and expecting things to get better hasn't worked, and it won't work for the future. So we know we will have to do something different, and that something will emerge again as we keep moving through. But I certainly would say today we will work through our process. We will work through our process between now and October. But I would equally say to policymakers and legislators, Oireachtas, government, TDs, listen to the testimonies that we heard today. Listen to the individuals, listen to the families, listen to the testimonies of communities, listen to the testimonies of the frontline care workers. And there is a real urgency about doing something. Some things can be fixed, and some people presented solutions here today in terms of simple policy solutions. So there is a sense of urgency, though, I would call out as chairperson for everybody to act, not just to wait for a report that we will conclude and recommendations to make, but people need to be acting today. This is a profound, really serious issue on society, affecting people's lives, harming communities, harming families. So I would urge everybody and legislators and the policymakers, don't necessarily wait just for reports. We will produce and we will make strong recommendations. But this is an issue that needs addressing today and tomorrow and next week for the families that we've heard today, and many of the families who we haven't heard today because they're not with us, and individuals who are not with us anymore. So in closing, I just want to say a few broad thanks for today, just in terms of putting everybody to the gate. If you can just bear with me very briefly. First of all, thanks to Pi Communications and CT Audio, who put together the whole communications for today and live streaming, which is not a simple task. I know Derval made a reference, and I do want to make a particular reference to Lisa and Sarah, our Sign Languages. I know Lisa from my time through COVID and HSE, and it's a relentless role that they do. It's tireless, endless. We all get our breaks. They're working relentlessly throughout the day. So thanks again to Lisa and Sarah. Thanks also to Dublin Castle and the OPW. It's been a different arrangement we've had to put in place, and again, they have facilitated us to put together the logistics for today. I do want to make a particular mention again to the support for us in putting together this weekend's assembly, and particularly to the Lived Experience Group, who put a lot of work together today in terms of shaping this day up. The advisory group who've worked with us, the steering group who've worked with us to put together and bring forward the advocates and the people who've here today talking. As always, I want to thank the Secretariat, who had to deal with a lot of logistical issues. I know we're not concluded and we will be here tomorrow again, but today is the best day to just thank the Secretariat for all the work that's gone in, the logistical arrangements that have been put into it overall. For our facilitators at the table and the work that they're relentlessly doing with yourselves. And to you, the Assembly members, also for your continued work. It's been really inspiring to sit and look at the tables and the dialogue that's going on, the attention and the commitment that people are given. And finally, if you can share with me, thanks to Derval. Derval has been relentless. We've all got away, got a quick coffee, got a quick break. Derval, in the preparation up to this, has been relentless, and you can talk to all the panellists, the time that she committed to each of them throughout this week. But even throughout the day, she hasn't had a breath of air and mind a glass of water throughout the day. So thanks, Derval, wherever you are. So that for today closes today's formal proceedings. Again, thanks very much. I will ask all the Assembly members to hold on. We're just going to go offline now, and Carl's going to brief us on some logistical arrangements to make sure you get away out of here safe, etc. Thank you very much indeed for today.